Hello, everyone, and welcome to Roll For It, A Crack in the World, which is a Good Strong Hands campaign. We are so excited. This is our second episode. If you haven't checked out the previous one, definitely go do so, but, do that later. You should be fine. We'll catch you up on all the things. I'm, of course, joined by all of these lovely people, and they look amazing. Oh! Finally, you got all your cosplay stuff, Tempo, and Clowny Bear has her ears.
We are complete. We are complete.
And I'm still dressed in a pile of socks.
Hell yeah, man.
You look amazing.
I love it.
It's awesome. And then, of course, I'll just get through all, the stuff so we can get the show on the road. But NPC name submissions are up on our Patreon. Definitely go send those in so, Craig and our other GMs can use them for totally not going to murder players, or we don't murder them. It's fine. And, of course, our show is sponsored by Roll20. Woo, 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 woo. If you didn't know how we roll all our dice, how we use our maps, all of that jazz, we've been doing that for the whole entirety of Roll For It existing, is with Roll20, and now we are so happy that they have sponsored us. It also gives us the opportunity to give away some cool items too. So if you head on over to our Twitter, twitter.com/rollforit, you can see the pin post right there. If you just retweet, like it, by the date that it has there, and follow us, you have a chance to win a cool DMG. That also includes some other awesome things that are built into Roll20. Like being able to drag and drop things onto character sheets, stuff like that. It's super duper handy. And we do get a lot of questions on what programs do you use? And that is one of the programs that we use religiously. So if you've ever been curious, that is what it is. And if you want to use it yourself and you're not interested in the giveaway thing, you can also go down in the affiliate link, whether you're on Twitter or Twitch or YouTube. It's right there down below. And you can click the affiliate link, which will take you to the creation of an account over there, and it also kind of gives back to us too if you are enjoying the show. Beyond that, there are other ways that you can support us. The biggest way is, of course, becoming a Patreon. Not only does Patreon allow us to pay our wonderful cast, but it also gives you some really cool rewards in return. Rewards such as behind-the-scenes after shows, which we'll record after every show, character sheets, GM notes, Hero Tier gets access to a recap where the admins kind of talk about how Roll For It works and, what the nitty-gritty things go into it, even down to the numbers every month. And then, of course, beyond that, we just don't know how to thank you that much. So we have Legend Tier games where you can be GM'd by one of our lovely cast members. I think this month, me and Grant are going to be doing it again. So if you're interested in checking that out, definitely come join us. And then, of course, beyond that, you just basically get your own little show. We do a little recording for deities that it devolves into chaos. It's the most crazy topics on a podcast for 30 minutes or 15 to 30 minutes. It's just we've talked about dog goggles one time, boats versus ships and vessels, and what they're called, because we had somebody who was shipping out into the Navy. So a lot of strange topics, but hopefully you enjoy that, and we can't express our thanks enough. And then, of course, beyond that, you can support us right here on Twitch. You can become a subscriber, which gives you access to our VODs and, of course, our emotes. And if you become a YouTube member, you can also get access to those. And if you're a Patreon, a subscriber on Twitch, a YouTube member, all of those grant you access to our Discord, which you can talk to our cast members. We have behind the scenes chats where we talk about all of our shows. We have an RP channel. We have all kinds of stuff over there. So definitely come check it out. And it's a great community of people who just love, playing tabletop games and RPing and just being good beans. So if you're looking for friends, we got you. And then beyond that, I know that not everybody can support monetarily, and that is okay. Please do not support us if you cannot afford it. Please take care of yourselves first. And the best way to support us for free is just being here, watching the shows, watching our YouTube channel, watching our videos, sharing the videos, commenting, liking, thumbsing all the things up, and of course, following us on social media, commenting mentioning, retweeting, sharing, whatever it's called on all those platforms. That is the best way to support us for free. And beyond that, I think I covered all the things. So I'm going to toss it over to our wonderful DM, Nerdburger Craig, to take us into a crack in the world.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to A Crack in the World. This is a Good Strong Hands campaign. Let's see, what happened? Oh, the void has come to Reverie. The dark, sinister, faceless, nameless thing known as the void that comes to attempt to destroy the world of Reverie every few hundred years has returned. It manifested by breaking down, causing to malfunction the merriment machine, which is a gigantic machine that creates all the happiness in the world. The characters here, our heroes, managed to get the machine back up and running so happiness exists in the world again. So all of your characters can feel happy again after spending a good chunk of the last episode being kind of sad and a little down. But don't worry, there's plenty more emotions to come. We're getting to those in just a moment. Now, at the end of the episode, there was a great storm far to the west, and a lightning strike hit a mountain and split it in two, creating this the titular crack in the world. And the characters decided to set off on their way to this place because plumes and plumes of black inky smoke started spewing out of it, and that can only be bad, right? There's like black smoke generally is not good. I think the characters made the right call, and they're on their way. So because the void is here, I think as we introduced reintroduced the characters to everybody, tell us who your character is. And as you've been traveling, before we kind of get to the next, the big moment, the big place where we're going to kind of end up at here, you're running across all sorts of bad things happening. There's disasters, and there's fighting, and bad emotions, and people doing terrible things. And tell me a little bit about what your character has been doing to try to help the people of Reverie, even in the smallest of ways as you've been traveling. So that'll give us a little bit of insight into each of the individual characters as well. I kind of sprung that on you, so I'll take a volunteer. Who wants to talk first?
I'll embrace my gift of gab. So I'm playing Stray, and well, I'm a bit of a dog, and about as subtle as a hand grenade in a barrel of oatmeal. I like to leap into the problems head first, and the way I've been helping the people of Reverie is I sidle up to them and I just sit close, because what the people of Reverie need from time to time is the companionship of a four-legged animal or a two-legged animal. We don't judge based on the number of limbs and appendages in Reverie. And that's about the extent of my capacity to help as far as emotional support. But I intend to take these paws, these feet, and these fangs, if you will, I got canines in my mouth, and tear into the dangers of the world. And I'll shut up now because I'm rambling.
It's funny that you should mention your character spent a great deal of time comforting people, but we'll get to that. Let's see, Katie.
Hi, that was ominous what you just said. I play Clowny Bear, who is an older but well-loved stuffed animal who is dressed in a clown outfit that is very faded. There you can see faded polka dots on her clothes, but she's very pear-shaped now. Her stuffing has settled to her bottom, so she bounds when she runs. But she's got just what looks like love, just with her faded fur and matted fur and clothes and stitching on her body. But she specializes in overcoming fears and wanting to spread joy to everybody she meets.
She is well hugged.
Yes, well hugged. Oh, and we found out last time that her person was a brownie and her name was Thumble. And Clowny Bear has a little bit of a tragic backstory, being, I guess the best way to say is left on a shelf, and she's slowly remembering things as we progress through the story.
Margaret.
All right. Moonbeam is a little fae-like creature, which is called a sylph in this setting. And she appears to be kind of this translucent, blue-skinned, tiny, tiny creature with light blue hair and a little flower crown, with sparkly wings and a moon symbol on her forehead that she kind of keeps hidden. She is a little bit of a train wreck, but it's great. She is kind of a little lazy, one might say, but very observant and encouraging to her friends, because if they'll do the things, then maybe she doesn't have to do them. But I think how she's been... Oh, does Katie need to kind of talk about what she's been doing along the trip?
I can.
Should go back.
There's been a couple moments where Rhapsody has been afraid of the dark and Moonbeam afraid of sharp, pointy things, and Clowny has tried to encourage and help them see that they're stronger than they might feel in those situations.
Keeping it personal here.
Thank you.
And back to Moonbeam.
Dark is scary.
Yeah. And I think Moonbeam has been, I think along the way, making things for people that can help us continue our journey. And then also, if there are people that we run into that have injuries or things like that, she's helping take the pain away from them, and trying to make everything okay. Mostly because she doesn't like hearing people complain. It's really annoying.
Flower garlands all around. And tempo.
Rhapsody. So, yeah, Rhapsody. He is just the embodiment of joy and happiness, and he wants to bring that to the world of reverie and all of those who live in it through the power of music, dance, and performance. So, yeah, he is a faun, which is, as you might kind of get, a bit of a man goat. Yes, I got horns now today. Feels great. And he carries around this beaten ukulele that he used to usually use as percussion, like the back of it. And then whenever he would feel failure in a performance or in, a lot of aspects of his life, or any kind of a fear, or even when others have these kind of fears and reservations, he would whisper them into his ukulele and then beat them with the percussion in order to tackle those kind of shortcomings that he might assume that he has. So he's just always trying to put a smile on people's faces and does take it upon himself when he does fail to do so. And as you learned in the last episode, he is indeed afraid of the dark, which Clowny Bear was able to help him get over just by at least being there to comfort him and just telling him to carry on, keep it moving forward, as he can kind of relate to that, as he does the same thing whenever people are feeling down and uses the power of music to do the same kind of thing. So he's learning different ways to approach life and also play his instrument, because he discovered the power of rock music in the last episode and decided that strings can actually be used in combination with the percussion and his hooves as he tap dances around to bring that power of music and healing to reverie. So yeah.
I'm imagining Rhapsody using the strings previously before he discovered their use, basically just as a handle. Like he would just carry the ukulele by the strings.
Oh man.
Yep. All right. So because you all took a big step toward defeating the void and sending it on its way again, everybody gain a spirit. And because you angered the void and it has noticed all of you, I need everybody to make a in the game. Normally when you make your trait checks, your the assumption is that your character is making an active decision. They're really kind of putting forth their best effort. They're taking, sometimes it means that you're taking some amount of time But in the game, there's also something referred to as reaction checks, which is when I call for you to just react to something and make a trait check that covers that. When you make a reaction check, you never mark spirit or skill or shadow based on the dice rolling, like you normally do. Unless the reason for the reaction check involves actually having to mark those types of things, but it's not built in like normal trait checks. You're always marking one of those three resources. So the void, having noticed you as you are trekking and making your way, it's trying to sap the will out of you. It's trying to worry you, to make you hurt, to make you sad, to make you to undermine your confidence. And I need everybody to make this is going to be a resistance check, specifically a target number 4 heart check.
Oh no. It's not gonna go well for me.
So hard. Actually, hey.
Spirit on it.
Rhapsody has
If
a
we
lot.
wanted to.
Yeah, you can spend spirit on reaction checks. Keep in mind that like you won't regain spirit from getting just the one hit like you normally would with a trait check.
Okay.
But you can do all the things like you can spend spirit on it. If you have an ability that allows you a reroll for some reason for the appropriate type of check, you could potentially reroll.
Okay.
All the other rules apply.
Oh yeah.
Nice, you got it.
Rhapsody got all the heart.
Stray and Moonbeam did not.
Okay, the two of you who did not, please mark a shadow.
Oh no.
As the
oh no.
I have 2
the
now.
void
Can
starts
a moonbeam turn to the
uh,
shadow?
manifest.
I mean, if one of us
itself
is going
in
to turn
each
to the
of you a
shadow, I
little
feel like
It's gonna be Moonbeam.
Most likely.
It's like, hey guys, like, eh.
I suppose it would
Ow.
help.
I feel like it would have been
help.
worse if I would have gone the fire fairy that I wanted to originally do.
Oh, just like, yeah. Like the other ones that just love to see the world burn, but oops. It's
Yeah.
in a good way. Like, they want to see the world burn with passion is what it really is, right?
Yeah, it's passionate burning.
Mm-hmm.
People might be
Would
harmed
help
in the making
if
of
I was
that
in the
passion,
game.
but it's okay.
So, sorry, roll 20. I didn't get into the game. I want to be able to see the dice.
Oh, that would be important.
So
Actually,
now
yeah,
I'm
we
in the
all
game.
rolled 4s. You don't even have to. Actually, you know what, Craig? Just
We all succeeded.
just
We're all
chill.
good.
Hell,
we all rolled 4s.
honor system.
No,
Yeah.
sorry.
Totally fine.
All right. No, I'm perfectly fine with the honor system, but I do want to. It's handy to have it there because I don't want you to also, each of you, well, with the exception of Margaret, is playing the game for only the second time, so there's the potential of misinterpreting something and doing something wrong. I want to.
And who doesn't love to see
Yes.
dice roll? It's just like a fun thing to see. Like,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They're a great sound,
Yeah.
and a great feeling. And Roll20 has great tools.
Yes.
Wow. So Clowny Bear, you got a lot of heart. Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah. It makes sense
I
that Clowny
spent-
Bear has a lot of heart.
Oh,
I
you
have
spent-
3 heart, and then I
spent
spent
spirit.
1 spirit.
Gotcha. Alrighty. So the group of you continues along your way, and you find yourself getting closer and closer to a place you have heard of. In the middle of Reverie, kind of the middle of the kind of larger this continent, this portion of Reverie, there's a massive lake that had in ages long past, it was referred to as the Lake of Lightning. It was a constantly storm-tossed lake, and at some point in Reverie's vast and deep history, a town was built and some magics were employed. And the town of Cove was created in a little harbor on the edge of this lake. And in the process of building that town and doing whatever those old folk did with their magic, they calmed the lake. And it's since been start to be referred to as Ripple Lake. There's now, instead of being hugely storm-tossed seas, it's just nice serene ripples of water on the water. Comfort Cove is a town that has come to be known for being a respite, a place of quiet and solitude and tranquility, a place that you could go to recharge and to kind of recover from the troubles of life. And you find yourself getting closer and closer to this place, and each of you, who has been to Comfort Cove before?
I feel like I probably have.
Probably, yeah. I've definitely performed in Comfort Cove.
Okay. Could you each tell me something? It's a village with wooden buildings, kind of small 1- and 2-story buildings, gable roofs, like a very kind of quaint medieval style village. And one thing you notice as you sort of get to the edge of the town, Rhapsody in particular, you recognize this, is that one of the defining features of Comfort Cove was that there was always this kind of tinkling of bells, these quiet, very soothing, very nice musical sounds that just kind of were in the background all the time. And it was very calming and comforting. And you don't hear those at all.
Ooh.
And you're close enough that you should be hearing that. And the two of you who have been there before, what else is interesting about Comfort Cove beyond what I've already described?
So they're actually. Oh,
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's a place where Rhapsody goes to. So after he does whisper a lot of those fears and shortcomings into his ukulele, after going to the Ripple Lake to kind of just ease off and just look into the ukulele that he has all of his fears in and kind of dump them into the river, there is a kind of a support system group. Like it's like a little tiny, almost like a tavern, but it's not, you're not really it's not buck wild and everything. It's more people that go in order to kind of just let things out and kind of get sources of inspiration in order to go back out into the world with like a fresh start that Rhapsody does go to quite a bit, so after he takes in a lot of the fears and shortcomings of himself and others, he actually shares it there and then tries to get some support in order to keep his happiness level up and bring it back.
To be clear, is it a location or an organization?
It is,
or both.
It's a location. Yeah. So it's a location. And it's not like a real organization. It's more just a social thing that people just, every once in a while, will meet. Okay. And say like, hey, anybody is free to join.
The Helping Hands.
The Helping Hands, indeed.
A loose, like there's no membership or anything silly like that. It's just like if you want to be, a part of this organization, the assumption is that, at some point somebody, when somebody needs the sort of help you're describing, that you will avail yourself, that you will be ready to at hand in the Helping Hands to be there to support and help people. Margaret, what else?
Moonbeam likes to lounge a lot, and I feel like there's a hot spring that's near
there we
where
go. Yes.
she just kind of enjoys a good hot spring, but if it starts raining, then it's really not. She doesn't like that. So there's only like certain types of seasons that you can go to the hot springs, where it's good and not raining.
All right, so the springs. So as the group of you gets to the edge of town, you hear, again, no tinkling bells, no lovely background music that is normally calming. You instead hear something you've never heard in Comfort Cove before. You hear arguing.
Oh.
Loud, vociferous, harsh words being spoken by a number of people from up ahead, kind of toward the center of this village.
Do you hear that?
Sounds like there's a bit of a quarrel happening.
I've never heard a quarrel happening here before.
No, not in Comfort Cove. Absolutely not. And the lack of something else.
The bells. I remember there used to always be bells.
It is exactly what would make me feel right at home here in Comfort Cove. And This is not Comfort Cove. Not the one that I know.
What are they saying?
Can I try to listen in with my noticing things?
Sure. Anybody who wants to give a listen from afar still can make a mind check. Target number 5. Mind,
Alright, so I have
which
4
covers your
for my
senses as
mind,
well.
But I also have my specialty, so 5d6.
Mm-hmm.
So
And what's
mind
my
and
target?
also
Target number 5.
Ooh, that's a high target.
it is.
Oh my god, so many ones!
Oh no. You said this would be mind, huh?
How do I roll that many dice and still fail every time?
When it really when you really need it,
Okay.
when it's really important, they're gonna pay you back.
I'm distraught.
Well,
I'm a little-
Rhapsody, don't worry. Do not worry. I got your ears.
All right, so Clowny and Rhapsody, you hear that it's a little difficult to make out because it's at a distance, and it's also clearly multiple arguments. There are arguments about someone owing someone else money. There are arguments about why is your child acting this way. But there's a very loud and very clear argument among a number of voices of many types, high-pitched voices, low-pitched voices, who are clearly very worried and starting to border on angry about the missing music. And what that means, given that word is spreading that the void has come, that the void is going to destroy this town. The music is gone. That's the one thing that allowed people to stay calm and weather any problem that Comfort Cove ever experienced. And now that it's gone, I mean, and they're literally falling prey to the exact thing that they're worried about. And it occurs to you that very similarly to at the merriment machine, that this is not a place of comfort. This is a place right now of the opposite of comfort, of loss and hardship, of worry and dread.
Do you hear what they're saying?
Oh my, yes. It seems that everybody's mad at each other for something or another, and I did hear one argument in particular, and it seems that the main source of all of this discomfort and anger seems to be the lack of the bells, the music, the thing that kept people just at bay and calm.
Good thing you can do music, Rhapsody.
Oh, yes, indeed, I can, and I just learned a new type. I believe this might be a job for Rhapsody. However, I'm going to need your help as well, because if I, have a performance quite like the fluke I had in our last, what was it, the Happy...
I thought you did wonderfully.
Happy Land. But yes, I tried my best indeed, and I have definitely had a bit more of practice, and I believe when something like this is on the line, we can't let it happen. We can't let it go on any longer, and these people might tear each other apart, and perhaps they might even tear me apart if I fail, but I will not fail.
Not with us behind you.
Exactly. I believe as long as y'all can run pretty fast, I believe I can too. But we just need to know how we are going to comfort these people for the time being, because I do not think my music will be able to keep them at bay for long or at peace.
I don't know if you all could hear, but a lot of people are mad in town. It's not just a couple people.
I've never heard anything like this before. Not here, at least.
Do you think it's because of something like the merriment machine?
Could be a combination. Perhaps the fog has not reached here as we just had released it back into the world, but the bigger issue is the bells. In combination with that, I mean, I can only imagine. People come here to be at peace, to be comforted, even I. If it wasn't for this place, I would not be the man that I am today, or the man goat, I should say.
Well, maybe we can figure out what happened and fix it.
Perhaps. I'll attempt to at least get them at peace. Perhaps they'll be a little bit more willing to give us information if they at least have a clear mind and forget about the things that they're quarreling about. And I'll give it a go.
Shall we head into town?
I believe we have no choice.
I was muted.
No!
Sorry.
I was right about to say, yeah, what about you, Stray?
You were deep in thought.
Well,
in thought.
I've been trying to flare my nostrils and wiggle my nose because the Stray has heard things, but Stray also smells things too, and something smells off in this town. And I think I'm gonna sniff out the suspicion. I'm gonna nose to the ground, butt in the air, and do that little dog walk thing. I want to try to follow my nose to the most suspicious smelling person. What smells of?
Okay.
Rhapsody's like,
Yeah.
We'll sort of a tracking check, so that makes it senses, I would think. So probably a mind check. Oh, trying to ferret out the who seems to be affected deeply is what you're looking for.
Yeah. It's just someone started the argument. We know what it's about, but someone felt the need to protest audibly and quarrel with their kindred spirits.
All right.
The fraternity of.
Sure. Mind check target number 4.
I'm a dumb.
You're a pupper. This is kind of second nature to you.
yeah, right?
Yeah. So I'm gonna spend a spirit, and then I'm gonna roll some of these dang dice as I stick my nose to the ground and my body high. Hey.
Yeah.
I don't know what the target number was, but
Target number 4.
I got a 6.
Okay. Real quick note for everybody too, because we don't want to lose track of it, is I know people love you spending your spirit. That's great. That's what it's there for. Keep in mind your character's anchors, your kind of role-playing guides, the defining characteristics of your character. Mm-hmm. If during a scene such as this one, we can cover it kind of at the end of the scene, but we can also, you feel free to bring it up in the scene as well to say, like, one of my anchors is this, and I am very much doing that. And that's like my focus in this scene. And we can you can gain spirit that way as well. So you got a 6. Well, has everybody been, I haven't been telling people, but have people been marking?
Yep, I got my spirit for the success, right?
Right.
That's one spirit.
I think that's pretty much everybody has had one success so far. So you've been marking spirit for that. Okay, so.
Well, except for me.
Well, right. Poor Moonbeam.
It's so crazy.
It's the thing I'm best at.
5d6 or 66, and I don't succeed, and then someone else rolls like 1 or 2 dice.
1 or 2,
I'm like,
yeah.
How? It's my luck.
You start making your way through the town, and with Stray in the lead, and sniffing ground, nose to the ground, sniff, 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 and you find yourself being drawn kind of to 2 individuals. One is a very tall and very old woodkin, which is a tree person. Like, they literally look like trees. Their feet kind of end in tendrils of roots. They are adorned with little branches and leaves, and their leaves change with the seasons. So when it's wintertime, their leaves fall off. If they're deciduous, there are also coniferous woodkin, and they have needles, and they're just needles all year round, but cones develop at different times and all that stuff. And he is he's the instigator here, the one who is just the most concerned that this spells doom for Comfort Cove. I don't know how we can possibly recover this. The void is here. People are going to be coming here looking for comfort, looking for help, looking for aid, and we're not going to be able to provide it because the music is gone. The music is gone. I don't know how to bring it back, and things are going to go poorly. And he's almost kind of getting fire and brimstone, like hell brought down upon you.
Stray's going to try to diffuse the situation with some humor, as he is wont to do. He's going to say, "I like you, Woody. Both of us are full of bark."
I'm gonna have to take away a spirit
crowd.
For that.
Probably. And my.
That was good. That was good.
We should put me back on mute. It's just one of those things. we're here to help return the melodious sounds of the bells and the singing of the sapient satyr folk. Ain't that right, Rhapsody? Is a kind of callback.
Absolutely. What seems to be the problem? Why? She said music, eh? The lack of music.
He's doing a lot of proselytizing here from the pulpit.
And as you're addressing him, Stray, you're also noticed the second individual that you were drawn to is a person who is not engaged in any of the discussion. In fact, they're kind of in the back of the crowd. And like the stink from them is very different. The scent is very strange. They don't smell entirely like they should. This is a red cap who as a descriptor, they're like fey creatures, 3 feet or so tall. They all each red cap wears some sort of red piece of clothing. It might be a hat or a cape or a scarf. And they're known quite a bit for being obstinate and difficult and a little surly, just kind of stereotypically they're kind of thought of that way. What they're actually, all of you recognize, is that they are incredibly trustworthy and loyal friends. They're very, they tend to get very set in their ways, and they're like, once you've kind of won them over, they're there for you.
Like Stray.
Like Stray. Much like Stray. And
I'm an old dog, but I'm willing to learn new tricks.
But this one doesn't smell like a red cap. And they, she is, has, and nobody's noticed this because everybody's focused on this tree folk, Woodkin. She's standing there with no eyes and no ears, with her mouth sort of open as if she was going to be saying something, but she's not. And there's like the slightest curl of a smile at the corners of her mouth as she sort of watches everything that's happening.
Nope.
Moonbeam's like, I'm out.
I think
That's
you would
I'll be
just
at
see
the hot springs. Catch y'all at the end of the episode.
yeah.
Clowny Bear's not really worried about it, so you just see Clowny Bear bounding up to this person because
It's like, hey.
it's a person to talk to, and maybe they can give us some answers.
To be clear, who are you bounding up to?
The one without the mouth. And
at this point, only Stray's noticed this.
oh, only Stray has noticed it.
They're kind of. You've all seen the Woodkin because he's being big and loud. Stray has picked this red cap out because she's kind of in the back of the crowd, but he's smelling that there's something very, very wrong.
Something off.
Okay.
What I'll do, and my companions know this, I'm going to do a traditional point. And I'm going to point with my nose at the next red.
The nose.
Nose.
The tail goes out like a cartoon. The tail goes out straight behind you.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. It goes up.
Okay, so you're pointing to the red cap or the Woodkin?
Yeah.
The red cap.
The red cap.
Okay.
Now
I
you
would
can
just
do the
see
bounding.
Stray do that and then start like, oh, this is the person to talk to, and just like start bounding over.
I would just like to say, for flavor, I'd love it if the wood kid would just like snap off a stick and say, "Go chase, boy," and like just throw a stick and I go chase it.
Yeah.
Just to move it from scene to scene.
I'm gonna grab onto Stray's ear again and like hide behind it because I'm very good at hiding.
Left or right?
Ooh, let's roll. Pick which one is left and which one is right.
One is left.
One.
You're gonna meet Snip.
Oh.
All right, Craig.
Yeah.
All right,
Sounds
I go
like it.
in and I use the ear to hide, and I'm like,
Yeah, under. Jeez. Clowny Bear, we're getting to you.
You're fine. I want to know what this
thing
is.
that has to happen over here.
Oh gosh.
Hiding under Stray's big floppy kind of ear is a snail.
okay.
And you go hiding behind the ear, and And Stray, of course, you're the only one who hears this conversation. And the snail, which is kind of stuck to Stray's head with its kind of gooey underside, looks at you and says, "Oh, hello."
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you already have this hiding place?
I've been here for a while,
Oh,
but you're Moonbeam.
I am.
He knows you.
Who
It's
wants
very, very nice to meet
know?
you. I'm Snip the snail.
Oh, okay. Why are you here?
I'm here to see the world. As you can see, and he sort of motions with his little snail head down to his snail body. I don't move very quickly. And I wanted to see more of the world. So I've been traveling about with Stray. It's been a great deal of fun until, well, lately.
Oh,
Stray's essentially an Uber.
you're friends then.
Yes, very much so.
Well, why
We have the same
didn't you
calling.
Introduce us. Also,
Well-
we should stay behind here. There's some kind of weird creature out there, and I don't like it.
Really? And he pops the ear up to get a better look. And so the rest of you see this ear kind of whoop, whoop, just one, like you've seen his ears go up, but just one, just the left side. Whoop. And there's a snail that looks over to, and this is all happening while Stray is pointing. So he looks to where Stray is pointing. Clowny Bear's bounding over that direction, so doesn't see the snail just yet. But Rhapsody, you do. And he says, "Oh my!" That looks terribly uncomfortable.
Oh, goodness! Hi, look who's broken out of his shell. It's what? So, Stray, you seem to have a little bit of a flea problem. No, that's
Is
a
it-
snail.
His ooze acts as a medicinal salve to my aging ligaments and joints.
Oh, so you know this one. And Rhapsody is gonna try to like talk to it.
Going. Oh no! Why?
He says, "My name is Snip,"
Uh-oh.
and he waves one of his little antenna like a hand.
Oh, so you do speak. Oh, well, pleasure to meet you. I am Rhapsody. What?
Snip's the paragon of snails, the same as I am the paragon of hounds. With that said, it looks like our old friend over there, Clowny Bear's heading towards a whole heap of trouble.
Scream
that
wife.
Clowny Bear. Yes.
I think Moonbeam seeing that Clowny Bear is bounding over there is freaking out.
And Clowny Bear
I love it.
bops over. I guess that's probably a good way to call it, to describe it. She bops over, and there's a red cap who's twice or more your height, but who is just without eyes, without ears. Her cap, it's a big floppy cap that kind of hangs over on one side. You can see it's dripping blood like onto her shoulder, and the blood is kind of running down. That means it's been dipped in blood recently. It hasn't dried.
Okay then.
Okay,
And she's standing there and as you get closer, you see that she does actually have an eye. She doesn't have eyes at her where they should be on her face, no ears that you can tell, but right kind of at the top of her chest, right where her shirt collar kind of comes together, there's one eye that's just looking straight forward, and the eye is black.
Okay, I bound over and I probably search around, find the black eye on her clavicle, and then see the blood dripping.
Hello, are you in need of medical assistance?
She doesn't respond. She continues to look at what's happening there, and now you get up close. You can see pretty clearly that she's like smiling a bit and enjoying this. Like you can only make it out from her facial her mouth expression, because you're not seeing like when a person smiles, and you know this very well, Clowny Bear, when a person smiles and their whole face smiles and their eyes kind of squint. She's not doing that because she doesn't have any eyes.
Okay, I probably
But
see
the
this.
mouth is there.
the smile. So I'm like, okay, maybe she doesn't need medical assistance. Yeah.
My name's Clowny Bear. What's your name?
She, without eyes, turns her head and looks right down at you. And at the same time, the black eye that's above her, at the top of her chest, kind of, looks down and looks right into your face, right into your heart, right into your soul. And you get cold, like left on the shelf cold. This is a cold you haven't experienced for a time. And she takes one step toward you.
Can you speak? It's okay if you can't. I just wanted to say hi and see what was happening in this village. People seem angry.
She opens her mouth wide toward looking down at you. The rest of the group, you've kind of wrapped up your initial meeting with Snip, so any of you can be kind of seeing this through the crowd, and you see that there are a few of the villagers who have also noticed what's happening here. And Clowny Bear is looking up at this Redcap, who clearly looks like there's something very, very wrong with her. She looks down and she opens her mouth, and you hear sound for the first time, like other than voices, the first time since you've been in the town, you hear a sound that is not voices, and it is the tolling of a church bell coming from her mouth, and it burrows deep into your ears. And I need you to make a heart resistance check, target number 5.
Okay. Oh. I don't know if I should spend a spirit. I'm going to spend 1 spirit on this, and I have 3 for heart. So, I got 1 6.
All right. Mark a spirit. For the briefest of moments, your mind is flooded with the greatest loss or hardship that your character has ever experienced. And given that this is the kind of the nature of this game, I want everybody to start to think about what your character's greatest loss or hardship has ever been. I think we probably know what Clowny Bear's is.
Yeah.
So for a brief moment, you are overcome by the loss. Can I assume?
Yeah, it's Thumble,
girl,
losing
Thumble.
Thumble, yeah.
Of being left. And great sorrow and worry that like she left you for a reason, like she didn't like you. There was like, it wasn't an accident, it was on purpose. Like just every terrible thought you've ever had surrounding losing Thumble floods into your mind very briefly, and then it's gone as you resist it. And then go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, I feel like something like that always leaves a lingering air after, even if you have a fleeting moment.
It may well.
Yeah.
Even in role play or however you do, but mechanically nothing happens. Is where you wish to take that is up to you, of course.
Okay.
And then she kicks you. Hard. Like to get away, kick you.
That is so upsetting. What? Okay, do I have to make a roll or anything for that?
Sure, you can make a body resistance, target number 4.
Versus death. Sorry.
Yeah.
Welcome to first edition D&D, everybody.
All right, I'm going to I have a 3 for body.
Sure.
Come on, little stuffed bear, come on.
No. And for a quick note too, the previous check was a resistance check as well, so don't mark a spirit for that. I misspoke.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Resistance checks they're always like real quick things. You never on the upside you never mark shadow.
Shadow.
Mm-hmm.
Inherently as part of that roll. But you fail and she kicks you and you go flying back, tumbling end over end kind of wobbly because most of your stuffing's at the one end, and so there's like woof, woof, woof.
They probably hear over away like
to Clowny Bear.
And land on
as I'm tumbling through the air
and land on your tummy, several feet away, kind of back closer to your friends.
I fly as quickly as I can to Clowny Bear.
Are you all right?
I start pushing myself up with my little fluffy arms and sitting down on my little pear bottom.
I think so.
But I look over myself. Do I have any? I'm assuming dirt and stuff, but is there any like holes?
Yeah, you're torn. Right where her foot hit you, right in the center of your stomach. You're torn. There's a tear. We can see stomach coming out in the form of like once upon a time it was fluffy stuffing, and now it's kind of it's matted and there's probably dirt and dust and hair and stuff in there. And kind of sticking. Yeah, you have the equivalent of a teddy bear open wound.
Oh.
Do I need to mark a condition?
No.
Okay.
It's an inconvenience more
if
than
I have
anything.
a specialty of making things, can I try to fix?
And sew her back up.
Yeah.
Sure.
I guess I got.
Ooh.
She kicked me.
Not very nice.
Hey.
Why did she kick you?
She didn't say.
something.
Well, I
Didn't say.
I asked her who she was and if she knew what was going on in the village, and she looked at me and made a weird sound when she opened her mouth, and then she just kicked me.
That sounds horrible.
Moonbeam will look over to the little red cap and be like,
That's not very nice.
and then she runs back and hides behind Cloudy Bear's ear.
Stray, hearing this, is gonna fix his eyes on the red cap. And he's going over there and he's growling. Get out of this corner. It's my spot now. Roof, roof. My turf, my territory. You're infringing. Roof. Go on now. Get. Roof. My spot.
The red cap looks to you with no eyes and no ears and smiles and reaches out and grabs a brownie. No, you know what?
Piece of chocolate?
A brownie or
no,
Why don't you just offer me a chicken bone?
grabs a wah wah, snatches a pixie out of the air, like just grabs the pixie out of the air, and starts to back up and is holding the pixie by the wings.
That's my pixie, and if you hurt, and I'm just gonna kind of like low crawl growl. It's one of those things. Let go. Woof, woof. That pixie stays here. That pixie belongs on my spot.
And she's holding the pixie right in front of her face, and she opens her mouth and lets out. And at this point, the entire crowd has nobody's talking, everybody's looking, and she lets out this funeral bell tolling sound right into the pixie, right into the back of the pixie. And the pixie immediately falls to tears and starts wailing over something emotional is tearing her to pieces.
Here's a question. I want to do a little Gandalf versus Saruman here, and this will be a duel of wizards. I am a paragon, and I have abilities. I would like to use my spirit to sacrificial healing and show that I can remove the condition, but I will take one myself. Because
one for the team.
Because I think in this fairy tale fictitious world, I'm a dog, but I'm also paragon of my species.
Okay. Let's do this. Just in case it goes that direction, we're going to put this into an action sequence.
Oh. Okay.
Stray took the first action, so we're going to have you go ahead and do that. You've got a talent that you can basically sacrifice yourself, take wounds or conditions to heal somebody else. You do that for the pixie.
Yes.
And she calms, and like that deep emotion that was playing through her face, and the wailing stops. She still looks terrified. She looks scared, like she's being grabbed by the wings, but she's no longer affected by that particular
Yes, I would like to note
Effect.
Mechanically, we would remove 2 conditions up 2. So if there are 2 effects, yeah.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah.
But and normally this deals with conditions, which is like you know, physical and emotional checkboxes that you go through. But you used it in an interesting way. So you used it for the effect.
I figured.
Yeah. So you're gonna take away that condition, but you're going to suffer it yourself. So whatever your greatest loss or hardship is that your character has ever experienced, that is what Stray is.
Oh no. Yeah, like meta-wise, this is awesome, and I love everything about it. So, you know, in card, this is good. Keep it going. But Stray remembers when his bestest friend in the world, the person he loved the most, his bestest friend, took him out for a hunt, and they went, and then they left me there, and I was alone.
Wow,
I got old Yellard.
Everybody gets
I know.
abandoned out here.
Yeah, but this was they didn't grow up. They got rid of me. They did not want me anymore. I was not allowed to stay. Yeah. You can't keep the dog. Take him out.
You're overcome by that emotion, and in the process, in your delusion as you're being affected by this, you don't see Clowny Bear or Rhapsody or Moonbeam. It's as if they left you.
Yeah, I just drop on my side, my ears flop.
Again.
I just go limp. Yeah. I'm done for the day. Well, Stray's done for the moment. He's a dog. He'll come out of it. Just
no.
Yeah. So much for the fearless dog.
All right, well, you did that, so who gets to go next?
Yeah, that was awesome.
I want to heal, or I want to like mend up
Stray, who goes
Clowny
next?
Bear
Grant.
if I can.
Oh yeah. Let's pass it to Moonbeam. Sorry, we got this popcorn style. So
Okay.
And this is, I mean, it's not healing in the game term version of healing, but it's fix. You can fix her.
Like a
You
mending.
can kind of, do a quick patch job, basically a quick sew, to just make sure that she doesn't start losing stuffing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. Rhapsody will actually pluck one of the strings off of his ukulele.
okay,
To hand over to. I don't know if
and that's fine.
it'll be like maybe part of
kind
the
of
action.
free action, real quick.
Yeah,
part
I
of
guess
what you're
if that's okay.
That way,
But I just knew it was coming. I'll
Moonbeam
do
has
it.
the tool that she needs, right?
Yeah, I'll do it in the order as she decides how she's gonna do it. So
No,
Unless
kind of-
Moonbeam's got something up the.
yeah, that's what I didn't
her
want to
sleeve.
like. Yeah.
No, I'm fine with that. I can
Okay.
Let's see.
ask if I can pluck one of Rhapsody's things and take it, and I'm gonna quickly try to mend up Clowny Bear.
All right.
Sure, a quick and dirty kind of body check, target number 4. You're looking to just keep, this isn't going to be like a perfect job. This is, I'm assuming you're looking to just kind of make sure it's closed.
All right, so I have 3 body, and then I have making things as my specialty. Can that be work?
Repairing is part of making, yeah.
46. Oh, finally, I succeeded on something.
That will be target number 4, 3 successes. So mark
a
a
shadow?
shadow.
Uh-oh.
And Clowny Bear now has some of Rhapsody's ukulele string holding her together, which, despite the dire situation you are all in right now, is kind of adorable.
It's like
And she's very much like, when you see somebody when they string a guitar and they have more string than they need, and there's just like that whole piece of string that kind of hangs out there. That's what Clowny Bear has. You have like a piece of string that's like boing, 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 in front of your face.
I think that should work for now, but we may want to do something better later.
Perhaps, yeah. I'm only learning how to use these anyway.
What happened
I'm
to
sure.
Stray?
As she looks up from the final stitch, and I'm gonna pass it on to Rhapsody in this case.
Okay. All right.
And the red cap is still holding the pixie by the wings and stepping back, kind of slowly retreating from the group. Everybody else, although the crowd is sort of shocked and frozen in fear and worried that if they, clearly, like a couple of people started to take steps, and then the red cap kind of gave them a look and tensed her arms, and the pixie is like, no.
Yeah. My brave 4-legged fearless companion. And Rhapsody's gonna go over to Stray and kind of pet he lifts up the other ear that has Snip in it.
Snip.
It's like, look, your friend. What has happened? I've never seen him like this before. We must get him back up. I'm gonna need you. As I'm gonna try to do an expert performance, and I want the snail to be part of my performance to get Stray up to instill the emotion of. Would courage be an emotion, or is it a?
Sure.
Okay, so yes.
If fear is an emotion, fearlessness isn't.
Fearlessness, indeed, because it's not quite comfort, but it is going to be fearlessness. And I am going to use my 5 strings here, and I will ask Snip, I need you to, as fast as you can, at least do your best breakdance move on the top of this beautiful, courageous canine's ears while we get him back to where he needs to be, because he's not looking quite the same.
Oh, all right.
And if you do not mind, I'll use your shell as a bit of a percussive instrument, but I'll tap lightly, I promise.
He's clearly just thrilled to be involved. He's been just riding along for a while. Like, I'm part of the show.
Yes, you are part of the show indeed. A troop you are. Yes, and we need you now more than ever. So here's what I'll do. I'll play these songs that I've learned over the years. It is the, let's say, the... I was trying to think of a nice little thing. Song of Courage until I think of something cooler. But yeah, it'll be me basically tapping him with
barking heart.
Ooh, yes.
A barking heart.
The barking heart, indeed. So I start playing it, and I'm using the end of the ukulele to tap on his shell lightly as I do it to try to move him a little bit more than he usually can. So I'm tapping him to just give him a little bit more.
Snip's doing his. He's trying hard. He's a snail, but he's trying hard to dance. He's
I'm just
doing
tapping
his best,
and I'm
which
pushing
mostly
him.
involves him just kind of going in circles.
Yes, so that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to spin
But
him
he's
to
bopping
make him
his
do
head
a backspin. Yeah.
with the
So at the
rhythm.
end of it, I'll actually flip him over and just spin him like a top on top of his shell, and just play the song here. Get up, my dog.
Hey, who let the dogs out? As I rise like Rocky Balboa when he fights Tommy Gunn, I just get up, do a dog stretch, and I'm ready to go.
At least, yeah. So it instills
so-
the feeling of fearlessness or courageousness. Here.
All of those feelings of loss that you had. I mean, they're still there. You still are very cognizant of them. It's all brought this back, but you've been bolstered into action by your friend Rhapsody.
And I spend a spirit to do that. So
And that, I think, is going to make it Clowny Bear's turn. Now with
It's not about who leaves you in life, it's who lives with you. I'm
Indeed.
here for my friends.
Okay, with my newly stitched up stomach and extra string. So Stray is still did Snip.
I'm fearless now.
Okay, so Snip is, I guess, what is the red cap doing right now?
backing away and just threatening this pixie in order to keep from being swarmed by people.
I'm going to yell at the red cap. I'm gonna stand up tall and put my little hands on my hips.
Pick on someone your own size.
To see if I can intimidate, at least to let the pixie go.
All right, give me a charm check.
That's okay.
Target
Intimidate.
number
I love how
5.
intimidate goes to charm because it's like a teddy bear. That's awesome.
All right. I have a 2 in charm, so fingers crossed.
If you have a specialty that has to do with persuading people or
Only
anything
overcoming fears and using minor magic.
Okay. Target number 5.
I could, in a way, by doing this, try to sway their emotion of the red cap to make them a little bit more compassionate.
Potentially.
Yeah. Kind of want to try the intimidate thing first to see if Clowny Bear can do this.
Big tough Clowny Bear, bring it.
Yeah. All right.
I want to see if Clowny Bear can intimidate too. Oh, target number 5. No.
Yep. Nope. So
Mark a
close.
skill. And the pixie faints from all of the emotional turmoil and the pain of everything, and like being in fear for her life, just kind of passes out. And the red cap throws her onto a roof, and she's up on this roof now, and it's a gabled roof, and so she's now starts slowly sliding down the roof and is not going to be able to fly because she's unconscious. Whose turn is it next? So you have the pixie unconscious falling, and the red cap Clowny Bear, who's next, and you can choose yourself.
I'm going to choose myself purely because I want to try to position myself underneath where she could fall so she will land on my cushy tummy.
Okay, I was like, I can fly and catch her and grab her.
Oh, sick.
That's cute.
Are you doing this belly up or belly down?
Would I know that the strings will affect cushion? You know what? I'm going to do my butt.
You don't think... Okay, you don't
You're
think...
in the moment.
You don't
That is
think
your
the
most
strings...
cushy spot is your booty.
Yes.
You don't think the strings will necessarily affect anything, but you do have this like sharp piece of string that's sticking out. Boing, boing. So you go over there and you like throw yourself down, belly flop.
Belly flop.
Now here's the best part of this. You need to make, I think this is a mind check to approximate, like very quickly in your mind. Okay, they're falling here. They're going to go off the edge of the roof. This is how far away from the building they're going to go as they continue to fall. And I need to be in the right spot. So that you have to like kind of do quick, simple math, or at least,
Okay.
or at least like a sense, like just a sense of like, okay, they're not going to end up. They're not going to end up right next to the wall. They're not going to end up right next to the wall. They're going to end up a little ways out, and you want to be in the right spot. So, target.
You didn't
number,
say
target
specialty.
Number, mind check. Target number 5.
You said specialty in math, simple mathic, right? Not magic.
Simple math.
I have a
we got
skill.
Mike Tyson here.
Hey, we're gonna do a polar
math?
graphic.
I would like to.
Mathic.
I have a 2 in you said mine, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I'm going to spend a spirit, and I'm going to draw upon the playtimes I had with Thumble, where she would like toss me around and try to use that to logic my way to the right belly flop position. And I'm going to roll it. No!
Pixie!
All right.
Okay.
She goes over there and she flops down, and you are confident this is right where that pixie's gonna fall. Whose turn is it next?
It's Moonbeams.
Moonbeam. You are really good at noticing things. Don't
Can I-
even make a check. She is totally in the wrong spot.
Can I fly to try to get this little other pixie and like grab her and like
Try to grab her. Sure, you
yeah.
can fly up there and grab her. She's Pixie's about a foot tall, so she's a fair bit bigger than you because you opted for the sylph to be very, very tiny. So it's going to be a little bit tougher because she's kind of big compared to you.
Ooh.
But how do you want to try to stop
move my
her?
wings as fast as I can.
Do you want to stop her from continuing to slide, or do you want to catch her as she goes off the edge?
I kind of want to catch her and try to like help glide her towards where Clowny Bear's butt is.
Okay, perfect.
Because I probably can't. I can probably like do like feather fall it down, is what I'm assuming, but I might not be strong enough to like hold her up.
Sure. Well, I mean, you can push her one direction or the other so that she'll land more where Clowny Bear has approximated.
How bad is the
Incorrectly.
the positioning of Clowny Bear?
Oh, way off. She's like 2 feet away.
I'm just laying on my stomach, like confident, like I'm in the right spot.
in the movie version of this, I imagine Clowny Bear running in slow motion, and then the pixie falls off the edge of the roof, and you see it from the side, and everybody in the audience sees, oh, that's where they're gonna fall.
Yeah.
And Clowny Bear runs and goes, ah! And lands like 2 feet short. And just
Not
looks
even
up at
close.
everybody else and gives them the thumbs up and goes, I got this.
Yes.
And that's what I'm seeing. And then Moonbeam's like,
Moonbeam's
oh no.
Yeah, looks kind of anxiously flying.
Okay, so fly up there and give me pushing something that's falling through the air. Even if she's bigger than you, pushing is not so hard as like trying to carry. So target number 4, body check to kind of help her fall further away from the building so that she'll hit Clowny Bear.
All right. So I have a 3 body, but I'm like, I'm
The
good.
dice have not been cooperating.
Oh,
Maybe
boy.
this is the time.
I'm
Maybe
good
this
at
is
noticing. So could I maybe like notice where I need to like make her go?
I'll tell you, I'll say this, since you noticed that she was clearly in the wrong spot to begin with, just, you know, this simple fact that you are so good at normally at noticing things, I'm going to give you advantage. So that's an extra die,
Yeah, that's what I was trying to go.
just
for.
because like,
We'll
that's
see.
just like, this is the type of thing like you're built for. This is like, you're really good at this.
So that Sherlock Holmes moment, did you get it?
Yay! I rolled a lot of
Yay,
ones
you
at
got
first and it
something.
freaked me out a little bit, but I got a 6 and a 4.
A 4 and a 6, mark a shadow.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
And you push the pixie who lands on Clowny Bear. And again, in slow motion, hits Clowny Bear right in the pardon me, Katie, bulbous derriere.
It's accurate.
That's the best place.
And hits and like, you know, falls into it like it's one of those big cushy, you know, those big cushion chairs, and your butt just and a little dust flies. Because you probably haven't been washed lately.
No.
But she's good. She's safe. And Moonbeam, who goes next?
I'm going to toss it to Stray.
I love it.
Right.
I'm doing the clutch Moonbeam. That's what I'm talking about.
All right. How close is the brownie to us?
Oh, this one's a red cap.
The red cap?
Oh, the red cap. Sorry.
She's right there. The game doesn't really have like speeds and just like cinematically, she's right there. Like
we're engaged.
yeah, 20 feet away. Like you can. Get to
I
her
just have to
and
think
get to
about
her.
my dog body. My dog body's still bound by physics. Sort of fantasy physics. So here's what Stray's gonna do. He's gonna lay down low to the ground, and he's gonna sort of do a low military style crawl around and loop around, so she never sees it coming. And he's essentially gonna knock her legs out from under her, and this red cap is going down.
And you do it all on your toes, like. And there's
Yeah, it's one of those things. I'm trying to be subtle and sneaky. Normally, I go after these things straight ahead, but I have learned from my mistakes in the confrontation and conflict with the Stonekin. No, so
Sure. Well, the red cap is thoroughly engaged with like was throwing the pixie and dealing with the other two
Taking
your
advantage
friends
of the
who kind of
distractions.
got up there very close and is very much distracted, so you can get down behind, and you can get behind her and trip her. Give me a body check, target number 5, but with advantage because she is fully distracted.
sure. And I'm good at doing this. I've got some specialties, so this is going to be a good old-fashioned 5 dice roll. But every time I've rolled 5 or more dice, it has not gone well for me.
Not
Okay.
you're not alone.
Chance
You're not
in
alone.
Colorado.
You are not alone.
All right. Oh yeah. I got 2 5s.
Wow.
Mark
Good.
some shit.
Oh, we're getting some shadow today, baby.
Mark
Let's
some
go.
shadow as the group and several of you start to show yourself as being so incredibly heroic and courageous, and the void says, "Oh, you will be tasty and wonderful minions." And the void plants the seeds of corruption within you, and you get behind the red cap, and the red cap goes flat on her back right there with her feet still up in the air, kind of on your back. And I think that's Rhapsody for the rest of the round.
Yeah, we'll
Okay.
pass it to Rhapsody.
Okay. Well, then Rhapsody is going to look at what Stray did and is like, oh, a fine maneuver and indeed a nice performance once again, my friend. And I'm going to look right at that red cap and then say, and to set up for the encore, Rhapsody is going to look at the red cap with this kind of, it's not anger, but it's just almost disappointment and just even further. He's not angry, but he's passionate and says, sorry in advance for this musical beating, but bells are for playing and not for eating, and is gonna go ahead and try to use his
I love
ukulele
it.
to smack the red cap as hard as he can in the I'm debating if I should do it like here where the eye is. I'm gonna probably do it in the eye and try to like make him, or maybe the stomach. Somewhere I'm trying to make it cough up the bell, pretty much. I'm assuming that the bell that I heard inside of its mouth is inside of its body.
Okay, I got
I
you.
want to beat this bell out of this red cap.
That sounds like a stomach hit, like boom, and
Yep,
just
right on the stomach.
cough it
Yes, stomach indeed. Then.
if there's a funeral bell that is actually within her.
Yeah.
Interesting. All
That
right.
is how Rhapsody thinks it is. Yeah.
Sure.
So it might not be the case, but this is how Rhapsody believes, and he believes that this red cap is disrespected.
Body check target number 5. You can hurt her with hitting target number 5. To get an additional effect, keep in mind it takes 2 hits, 2 or more hits to gain that boom.
to get that really good
to
effect.
gain
Okay,
some-
so
that
yeah, I'm
little extra
definitely
something.
going. Oh boy, yeah, I do not have a good body. However, I will not be shamed today, and I am going to use 2 spirit for this roll.
Can only use 1.
Oh, only one spirit, 1 spirit.
Yeah, sorry, 1 at a time.
That's good. That's good. So I'll use 1 spirit. And let me see. Now I don't think any of my anchors will help me here. So yeah, we're just gonna go for it.
All right. Target number 5.
Target number 5. Target number 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Roll this D2, D6.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And I hope we
5, 6, 7, 8,
survive.
9, 10.
Oh, we get 1.
Yeah.
Ah, so close, so close.
You hit her in the stomach, and she coughs up something into her mouth, and it is a
A burger?
no, it's a bell, because I love that idea. But it's and it looks like tarnished metal
Okay.
that's
Can I
now
notice
like
it?
in her mouth.
Okay. Yes.
She's lying on the ground. Whose turn is it next?
The show must go on. I think I might give it another thwack.
Okay.
Like I'm doing this dance now, so and I do like a 360. Tap dancing around while making the sound with my hooves. And I'm gonna go for another.
She's starting to get up at this point now, because it's been a
Uh-huh.
couple of other actions have taken place. So she's trying to recompose herself, but with this bell that's like, if she was a normal person, she'd be choking on this. Like this is like very much in.
Oh,
her mouth,
okay.
like, blocking her airway.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's a big bell. It's like the size of her mouth.
So this time, instead of smacking her with the actual ukulele, I'm gonna just bound behind her, like over her actually, and then get behind her and put my ukulele in front of me and give her a good squeeze, almost like the Heimlich maneuver.
Jeez. Rhapsody quickly invents the Heimlich maneuver. All right.
I'm still playing, and I'm still tap dancing around, and I'm looking around at everybody like, oh, bravo, Rhapsody, bravo. And I'm cheering myself on at this point, and I will.
Body check target number 5.
All right. And I'll do a spirit for this one as well.
Ooh. Boxcars.
Dang.
Oh my goodness.
So mark a.
I gotta get a darkness
shadow.
though. Shadow. Wow.
And yeah, she spits the bell out, and with the boon, I'll say that it doesn't strike anything hard and make a noise, which is what it was about to do when it came out. So it doesn't ring. So it lands on Clowny Bear, like it lands on something soft.
Yes, that's awesome.
And she is out cold. The red cap, no-eyed red cap monster lady.
How big is the bell compared to Clowny Bear's size?
You could hold it in your hand.
Okay.
All right. I'll send it over.
We're effectively she's out. She's
she's out.
unconscious.
Yeah, that's it. Okay. The bell's not gonna come to life and try to kill us or anything.
Well, now that you mention,
I mean, no.
no, yeah, that's we're out of the action sequence. So you've got safe Pixie, the red cap has been dealt with, and you've got the bell.
I'll check on the Pixie. Be like,
Are you okay?
I'm thank you. And she gives Clowny Bear a hug. Well, kind of. She like lays down and kind of puts her arms out. Well, she's not big enough to like
hugging the booty.
Oh.
Yeah.
And then jumps up and hugs you, which like Moonbeam, which like disappears you kind of almost into her arms. She's twice your size.
It's a little tiny.
Thank you so much. And then she looks at the red cap. She's not gonna come back for me. She's not.
I don't know.
I almost lost my wings. That's the worst thing.
I can't imagine losing my wings.
I would
I
just
know
stay
what
away
it's
from them
like.
for a long time.
I lost my imaginary wings and it hurt deeply, and I wasn't even born with them.
Who are you? What are you doing? I mean, thank you, but what? Like, who are you? And can you help? Are there more of these things? I mean, what's happening here in the town? What?
Maybe you could tell us. Has anything else been strange?
A few days ago, the music stopped. You know, the tinkling bells, the lovely bells. I love them so much. We would come here. You know, my friends, my family would come here often, and the bells were so wonderful and it was lovely. And the bells stopped, and everybody started getting so angry and so worried. And then the arguments began, and many people left. They ran away. They were afraid that the void is here and things are coming. And I saw out on the island, on the island that's called the Eye, in the middle of the lake. It's far away, but there's normally a glow. There's always a thing glowing out there. And the music sort of comes from there. And it's not glowing anymore. I flew out a little ways, and I saw that there's no glow.
You mean the island, like in the middle of the lake, as not near the edge, but the middle, like
No, way, very far out there.
and
And you've been here before, and you know. I mean, even if you haven't traveled on the lake, the island is. Yeah, I mean, it's way out there in the middle of the lake. You could just, when you're standing at the harbor, you can look out and you can just kind of see this little bump of an island out there on the, you know, so it's not so far away that it's over the horizon, but it's quite a distance. It's several miles.
So as in, like, we have to go over, like, in the lake to get to the island, correct? As in, you know, like, in the lake, like, across the lake.
That's usually how you get to islands in boats.
Oh, well, that seems like a way to get. You know, is there
I'm a
any...
strong swimmer, but I only know one stroke to dog a paddle.
There's gotta be another way to get there, right? Right?
Just, you know, lakes. I usually like to, if there's a lake or river, I like sitting by the edge and just dumping my fears into it, but never have I.
What about we could just take a boat? Just take a boat to the island.
So
What if the
simple.
boat tips over?
Does the
You
boat
could
have
fly.
a ceiling? Is it perhaps a vessel or a ship or not?
We're both afraid of the water. If it's not clear to the viewers out there, Rhapsody and Moonbeam are like, I don't know if I go
It's
down the
weird.
lake."
It's weird how two players chose water as one of their characters' fears, and now suddenly you actually have to go onto the middle of a lake. It's weird.
Ooh, boy, oh boy.
It's too coincidental.
Oh, yeah, cool. Yes. Okay then.
Maybe I can give you wings like I have.
I
Maybe
would
you can
hope-
get across it.
Yes, as long as I don't have to look down. But yeah, I guess we'll cross that bridge when we get there, won't we?
Craig, Stray wants to check the weather. Are there any storms or heavy rains coming in?
No.
Funny you should ask.
Are my joints aching? Because I was like, one, heavy rains deter wings. Two, I'm terrified of storms. So it's just like,
Oh my god.
I've got a hunch that this is headed in a dire situation.
It's chilly and it's cloudy and windy out. If you take, you've not been here before, but you were able to get directed by one of your friends or whatever, and you kind of go like a block away, and while they're talking to the pixie, whose name she introduces herself as Tippy Hat.
Tippy hat. Oh.
She wears a little hat that's always kind of cocked to one side. And she and you get a look kind of down this thoroughfare down toward the harbor, so you can kind of see the lake, and out there at the lake, kind of far off in the distance, there are clouds right over the island. It's not currently storming, but there are dark clouds there.
Wonderful.
Have you ever been on a boat?
I mean, who hasn't been on a boat? I mean, I'm a traveling musician. No.
Oh, well, I've never technically been on a boat, but Stumble and I would pretend to be in a boat sometimes.
Yeah, I do the same. I pretend
Reassuring.
before I go to bed sometimes. After whispering into my ukulele, I sing a song and play. And I've heard of stories of travelers that even play on boats as well. But not something that I've ever done aside from in my dreams.
So we have to go to the island. Is that what we've decided? Because the bad seems to be coming from there.
I guess so.
And it seems we're pretty good at dealing with the bad.
Leave it the way it is.
Can I look at the bell that I'm holding just to see if there's any I'm holding the little I don't know what it's called, the little dangler inside of the bell.
Oh,
Clapper?
Yes, and I'm just gonna look at it.
There's no clapper in the bell.
Ooh.
Oh,
So I start reaching my little fuzzy hand up, and I'm like, I don't feel the thing that's normally inside of the bell.
oh, this bell is different. It doesn't even have the thing that makes the sound go.
Huh.
If I
Rhapsody
fly up
looks at
into
it
it,
too.
can I see that it never had one, or does it look like it's broken off?
I think it's called the clapper. Maybe what's it called? Is that what it's called? That's for some reason
I
that was in my
forget.
head.
Bell dangler, you know.
A bell dangler seems like the,
Call
Yeah,
it,
the bell-
we'll call it
yeah,
the bell dangler.
Bell dangler it is indeed.
it does have an official word, but I can't think of
the
it.
bell ding dong.
Yeah, the
Bell
ding
donger.
dong.
The bell
ding dong.
donger.
The dong dong. The dongle. That's where dongle came from. The
Donger.
Jeez. Oh my gosh. Okay, so yeah, the ding dong.
The jingle.
Yeah.
I guess it is called. The strike may be made by an internal clapper or.
There you go. I thought
Hula?
I had that right. Okay, anywho.
Yeah.
Well, we can call it the ding dong or the dang.
The ding dong is way
When
better.
I,
in my
when I
opinion.
fly up inside, does it look like it should have one? Is it like broken or?
Normally there would be like a little eyelet,
Yeah.
like a little circle of metal up there that the clapper's then attached to so that it can swing freely. There's nothing. It's literally just the bell bowl itself. There's nothing else up there. And you being attuned to some amount of magic anyway through your air magic, and actually we'll say Clowny Bear too because you're made of magic, and like there's definitely magic in this thing.
I think it's magical. I don't think it has a clapper inside of here.
Yes.
Perfect.
And she flies back out.
Oh,
Yes.
well, all music is magical. All instruments are magical, right?
Well, I don't know if any of you felt this, but when I heard the sound, it reminded me of something very bad.
Oh.
for
Was it
me,
just
but
me?
when I look out at the island, that does kind of scare me a bit.
Maybe a little bit as well. Well, perhaps that red cap just hasn't mastered the fine art of performance just yet, and sometimes, and there is a, we'll never say a bad performance, but just one that did not resonate with you. Perhaps it was just he hadn't practiced.
I felt cold and alone,
Well, you're not alone.
but I heard the sound and it did not bring joy and warmth like your shows do, Rhapsody. I felt bad.
There's only been a couple of times in my life when this has happened, and even with my old troupe, and he looks down, where no matter what it was that we were playing, there was a time when the void was actually taking over the land, and nothing we did could satisfy, nothing we did could make anyone happy, and these kind of feelings were being instilled in the ones that we were supposed to be bringing joy to. And you said cold as well. And even Stray, how did you feel?
No bueno. He's just like, at this point, he's just like, listen, I live in the moment, but that thing made me remember things that were best left alone. And then even saying the words left alone kind of resonates. And he's just, so he at this point he goes, I think what we need to do is reconstitute. And he does like one of those classic, like, dog nuzzles on Clowny Bear, and we just need to kind of lift our spirits. And then he rolls on his back, shows his belly, and just kind of like bears it. He goes, his tail wags, he goes, I think we can venture yonder to that there island, maybe have a light lunch, and then save the
I
day.
am hungry.
I would immediately start giving Stray a belly rub and
Yes.
just saying,
You're a good boy, and I'm sorry you felt it too.
I whimper.
So yes, these bells are no good. This is a doing of the void. This is definitely a doing of the void. I
guess
thought
that
it was
means
us.
You want
before.
to go into the water towards the island then?
Unfortunately, Moonbeam, I think we have to some way traverse that water, but it is. I know.
Notice they're both very nervous about this. Like, it's like when you talk about something so much because you're like, oh yeah, like it doesn't bother me, but like it clearly bothers you. I don't know. I'll look
find.
Go ahead.
Clowny Bear. I find when faced with fears, it's best to find yourself a little distraction. Maybe we could sing a song or tell some stories, or maybe a game of chance to direct our focus on something other than the terrifying aquatic doom that is just beneath the surface.
I think what Stray is trying to say is that we could play pretend. We could play like we're pretending to be in a boat when we're actually in a boat.
That doesn't make very much sense to pretend you're doing something that you're actually doing.
Well, we could pretend that the water is sand, or we could pretend...
Or lava!
Or lava. I mean, we could
Before
pretend
lava,
it's
he
lava.
jumps up.
It's like he's not afraid of lava, but it's like water that it is. But no.
Yeah.
Yes, but sand, yeah.
Something that doesn't make us so afraid.
I'm always up for performing, and I'm always up for the task as well, Moonbeam.
All right.
I'm gonna do my best for sure.
We could pretend it's like a bed of flowers.
Flowers are great. Flowers are splendid.
And you could hold on to me, Moonbeam. I'm very buoyant.
I don't think you're very buoyant.
Because Clowny Bear's never been in the water. She's like, yeah, I could float.
Oh.
She's made of magic. What could go wrong?
Yeah,
There we
nothing.
go.
I
would not
fly
let
my
a
way
single one of you.
behind Clowny Bear's ears, and now I'm like just gonna hold on, and that's where I'm gonna stay for, I don't know, forever.
It's gonna be
Forever.
okay.
We made it through the darkness. I believe water is just like darkness, just wetter, right?
Yes. We could
Yeah.
go see what options we have on the shore.
Indeed.
I guess
Sounds like a plan.
We're gonna go look for a boat, Craig.
All right. Are you going to do anything with or about the red cap?
Oh.
We tie it up. No, I'm just kidding.
Oops.
Not a terrible idea, probably.
Are there cops in Cozy Cove? Like something's like a law
Comfort
enforcement?
Patrol, like a guard.
Comfort Cove.
Because
Comfort
Comfort Cove.
In Comfort
guard.
Cove,
I'll chase her out of
there's-
town.
The two of you who have been here before know that there's no need for such things in Comfort Cove.
true.
Of course not. I'm gonna command the red cap to depart the premises. It's like a little Aslan White Witch thing. I have authority that's given to me as a dog.
Is it still out cold?
Yeah, I think it is out cold.
I will pick her up and carry her out of town and leave her by the train tracks, like the moles I found in my garden.
Or should we take her with us?
Maybe try to
Oh.
wake her up.
Listen, Stray would say there is a parable of the scorpion and the frog. I know what that red cap is when I pick it up. I'll get stung.
Whew. I don't know. I'm tempted.
I'll
I'm
bury her
gonna-
like
I'm
a
gonna-
bow.
Actually, you know what? Rhapsody is gonna try to use his 5 strings to wake it up, playing the rock music that he invented over in the tower, and just get as closest to the red cap as possible.
Okay.
And
Ring.
school around playing some, let's say, Master Exploder sounding from Tenacious D.
And she slowly comes to. The eye in her chest opens, and it's no longer black. It's gray, and it's fading. It's becoming lighter and lighter, lighter gray and lighter gray.
Mm-hmm.
And it fades to green, and then starts to disappear.
Oh.
And over the course of a minute, the eye on her top up at the top of her chest disappears completely, and then where her eyes would be, right above her nose, it's as if an invisible scalpel were cutting a slit. The skin just opens and it bleeds a bit, and it happens at both of the ears as well, and the skin peels open in like an eye shape, and slowly her eyes and ears reform, leaving tiny rivulets of blood trickling down her cheeks and her neck. And she looks exhausted.
Do you require medical attention?
Yeah. Love Cloudy Bear.
That was what you
I want
asked
Cloudy Bear
earlier,
to have
wasn't
like
it?
one of those little like police like little EMT sirens.
She clearly requires some help.
Like on your nose.
Some of the townsfolk are willing to find a place for her to rest.
We should try to help, shouldn't we?
As I look towards the group.
Absolutely. Hey, Redcap. And he's
I
kind
could
of
lick her wounds. Dogs do. That's what dogs do.
Yes.
I was just in the darkest place.
Darkest, you say? Yeah. Yeah, you.
It was
you know.
like I was in a pool, and it was a pit, and I was drowning, and I could see the surface, and I swam hard up, and I tried to resurface, and I could not, and just everything kept getting farther and farther away.
How do you feel now?
I'm not in a pit anymore. So that's good.
That is good, indeed.
I am so tired.
Maybe you should rest.
Could I, as Clowny Bear, tentatively walk up to the red cap that kicked me and ripped my stomach open, but I would like to give the red cap a hug and use my minor magic of emotion to hopefully make them feel happiness or some sort of comfort.
Ooh, heart check, target number 6.
Wow.
Trying to make comfort in a place where there is no comfort.
Okay, I have.
But remember,
3
you recall, and all the viewers and everybody too, remember, this was possible. Happiness was instilled by Rhapsody back at the Merriment Machine. It was difficult. It came in sort of a strange way. And temporary. But yeah, Clowny Bear.
Okay,
Great
I
magic.
have 3 hearts, and I have a specialty of minor magic, which is where my emotion spell would be coming from in my hug. So 4d6.
We gotta get a 6.
Oh no.
Oh, mark a skill.
Okay.
You can't quite get her to feel comforted.
I'm hugging her, and I feel disconcerted just because I'm.
She hugs you back kind of half-heartedly. It's kind of a disappointing hug.
You know, people give you like that little pat when you give them like the best full hug, and they just kind of like.
Yeah, and I feel like Clowny Bear feels like, well, I've failed, and just I'm still hugging tightly. Like maybe if I just keep holding on, this will change.
Squeeze it so hard, another bell comes out of her mouth.
Comes out.
You can try again with her, Clowny Bear, but you're going to need 2 hits. You're going to need 2 successes at a target number 6.
Oh my.
Hey, question. Does something bad happen, like super bad happen, if I don't? If I don't,
you fail. But
okay.
I mean, there's the potential of complications coming from failure, and of course, if you get 2 hits, it's going to be a shadow.
A shadow too.
Yeah, that's
true. It's all
true.
bittersweet. Oh.
I feel like I want to try it because I'm doubling down on this hug and
just really burying your face in there.
I am going and I love you. Yeah.
I am gonna hug you whether you like it or
go.
not.
And
Hug you until you can't bear it any longer. Hug her, Clowny Bear. Till she can't bear it any longer.
I'm gonna hug a little harder. No. Oh man, that's even worse
no.
first time.
Oh. Mark another
Keep
skill.
squeezing.
Yeah, it's just not gonna happen for her. She needs some pretty serious recuperation, you would imagine.
So I filled up my skill track. So do
Okay.
I clear it all and then add the new one to it and get another?
Yeah. You filled it up before this last check?
Yes.
Okay, so clear it and give
Okay.
yourself one more because you just of the one you just got. And then you when you fill up your skill track and you clear it out, you gain an advancement, and that means that you can increase any one of your traits by 1 up to a maximum of 4. You can take the other 2 specialties that you didn't previously take, or you can gain a talent that you have previously not yet taken.
Okay. I will look this over and see what I pick.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, get it, Clowny.
And yeah, she's just comforting her right now is just not going. She's been through a very rough time. It's probably not going to work. So, but she's being taken care of. She's
Okay.
being tended to.
And I'll ask, hey, what was the last thing you remember before you were in that pit and before everything faded to darkness? And do you remember what happened? Where you were? What happened?
There was the tolling of bells, like funeral bells. When the tinkling bells from the town stopped, I heard deep, resonant funeral bells, and then I fell and just couldn't swim out.
Oh, well, that sounds absolutely horrible. Well, when we're gonna try to take care of this, we want Comfort Cove to be the great comforting place that it always has been, and when we figure this out, I didn't catch your name, by the way.
Gork.
Perhaps?
My name is Gork.
Gork, yes. Well, when we come back, after bringing back the comfort, there's a place that you might be familiar with. At least a group of us, the Helping Hands. If you still feel this way and are recuperating from whatever hell you have gone through, there's a place we help each other get through these things and look life in the eye, and then put one foot in front of the other and push right forward. And
I hope to see you there, because this is the reason why I came as well.
Thank you for what you did. I just need to sleep.
Indeed. Do you know where we can find a boat, by the way?
With that, this whole discussion in the hug and the super hug and the retry hug has all been going on, and suddenly you all lost track of Tippy Hat, and she comes flying, like she's gone, like, and then you look and you see her, and just as you say that, she comes flying back up and she says, "Found a boat for you."
Ah, Tippy.
Oh, lovely. I'm so happy that we found a boat.
Part of Moonbeam was hoping we wouldn't find a boat, so we wouldn't
So
have to go
thanks,
on the water.
Tippy. Great job. Awesome.
We have a boat.
You have a boat. Woohoo!
I'm excited.
And
Me too.
Onto the boat then.
Yeah, Stray's tail's not wagging, you notice, when Tippy Hat returns, because Stray held her burdens for her, and it's one of those things where he now has like this deep bond and empathy because he knows the depth of pain someone else can have, so he's more kind of concerned, and he just kind of, the same way that he nuzzled Clowny Bear, he just gives one of those like lethargic dog head rubs.
That's awesome.
But yeah, it's one of those things where there's that empathy of having carried someone else's pain.
Just hit different, you know? Like, it's just...
Yeah. I should be happy, but why am I sad?
I guess we're gonna go check out this boat that Tippy Hat has for us, and hopefully it doesn't tip like Tippy
It's a
Hat's
pirate
hat.
ship.
Yeah.
Tippy Hat leads you to a single-masted sailing ship with oars in it as well. It's not a narrow boat. It's a bit broader. So it doesn't look like it would tip easily. It's not like a canoe, like a
Okay.
like one of those really narrow, like if you shifted your
Or
weight
like-
a little bit the wrong way, it's a whoop. It's a little broader than that. But of course, going out on the water, there's always the possibility, depending on waves and winds and storms and things. So, but you do, and it will comfortably fit all of you, given multiple members of this little group of heroes are relatively small.
It's beautiful.
Yes.
Listen,
The
I
sail,
know-
the sail is a rainbow. It's a rainbow of colors.
Okay. So
Stray
it's
wouldn't
like
know.
distract.
That's probably why.
It's gonna like distract.
It's a series of gray stripes.
Yes.
Oh. Oh, why are Sylph colorblind?
Dogs.
What was it?
Dogs.
Oh, dog.
Dogs,
Okay,
yeah.
sorry.
I rely on contrast and contrast alone.
Stray. Got you.
Luminosity is very important.
Indeed. All right.
shall we play pretend? Who wants to be the captain?
And Tippy says, "I even untied it for you," and you can see that it's not moored anymore. And there's a little bit of water action, like it.
We have to get on board now, or it might float away.
I'll be the bosun. Stray gets on.
I'm gonna fly. Is there like a little, like what are the little coop things called at the top of the mast? Where you,
Crow's
like,
nest.
Yeah,
crow's nest,
Is there a
yeah.
little crow's nest?
Ooh.
The boat's a little
tiny
small for
one?
that.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Moonbeam's a little small. We'll make one. We'll fashion one. It'll be a group
Yeah.
project.
I think any one of us can be a crow's nest, right? Like,
Put a little bucket up there.
yeah, I just put a bucket on my.
Well-
Oh, man.
I'm gonna grab Rhapsody's hand.
Okay.
It's me, Captain Clowny Bear.
Captain Clowny Bear.
Let's go. We have to get aboard. We have to set sail.
Indeed.
We have an adventure to go on.
An adventure. Yes. Yes, Rhapsody. Don't
I
you
hear there's
cry.
treasure.
Treasure. Oh.
As we sail across the
You'll be a pirate.
sands to the
distant
island.
sands.
Yes. Oh, yeah. So as long as I don't cry, I'll just think of things that are dry. And he's looking at the rainbow, and he's not looking down at the boat. And he's like, "Guide me, Captain Clowny Bear, as we go and to the island. See what plunder we can get.
Let's go first, mate.
And
What
I will.
loot we can plunder."
I'll start like bounding towards the boat, leading him.
Yep. And he's looking up. Arg! And he's looking up. He's not looking down. Guide me, Captain.
I'm holding onto the sides
All
of Clowny
things
Bear's
dry.
ears and just like hiding.
Yep. And it's just Rhapsody singing songs about all things dry and not to cry. That's it.
Do I feel like Moonbeam's hands tighten a little bit as
Oh,
we're
yeah,
running towards?
for sure.
Moonbeam, you are our navigator. Are you ready to set sail?
Yeah, so ready. I'm ready. I'm all very ready.
Ready?
Just
saying,
keep
like,
your
in
eyes on
your
the
ear.
prize.
And I hop on the boat,
Nervous.
hoping that Rhapsody is still holding onto my hand and
Yep,
Moonbeam's
he's looking
still
up.
Okay, attached to my head, and we're all hopefully on the boat now before it starts being untied and floating away from where it should be tied up.
Yeah, and as
All of you-
Rhapsody steps on.
You get on
Straight
the
jumps
boat.
on and it starts.
Everybody ready? And you're on the boat.
Whew.
You're able to propel the boat away from the pier with the paddles. Between the paddles and just kind of figuring out like, okay, like if we turn the mast, if we turn the boom this way, the wind will catch the sail. We can kind of get this direction. Between all of it, you can kind of figure it all out. And you get the boat moving across the water. As you start to near the island, the clouds above it begin to darken. And they begin to boil, and they that movie effect where they they suddenly get bigger, like they roll and roll and roll on the bottom, and they start getting bigger and deeper and taller. And now there's crackles of lightning and flashes of light and the roll of thunder coming off of the storm that is brewing over the eye, what is referred to often as the eye of the island. The waves start to kick up. The boat isn't in danger of flipping, but it's definitely up and down quite a bit. So anybody who might have a little bit of seasickness, that's where you're at right now. There's a constant motion when it's up and down. Not something that you're used to. Of course, not including, well, I guess it depends on what what Moonbeam's doing. If Moonbeam's holding on to Clowny Bear, then yes, up and down. Otherwise, you could be flying and it's kind of hard for somebody who's flying to get seasick.
I'm like holding on to the ears, but I am like, my feet are up a little bit. And I
He's like,
fly whenever it like.
It's like level, yeah. You just kind of let go and float, and then hover.
Up and down and up.
It's like when you hold onto the edge of a pool and you just like kick your feet type of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And as you start to get closer to the island, you see ahead a great splash in the water. Water flies up into the air, spray all over the water up ahead. And as you look, you're drawing closer and closer to where this splashing is happening, a head pokes up out of the water on top of a long neck. And then you see the body poking up behind it, the classic snake-like Nessie, Loch Ness monster, sea monster shape. The neck comes up in two humps and a tail as it sloshes and splashes in the water, and it starts to make its way toward you as you get closer and closer to the island. And as it gets right up toward the bow, it comes around one side of the boat and it rears up its head and it roars. And we're going to have a little break.
Woo-wee!
I thought it was going to be a turtle at first, and I
was
got
like,
excited.
Hi.
Nessie.
I'm not Nessie. I'm Bessie.
I didn't think that. I thought we were going to be in a storm. I didn't expect sea monsters.
No, I did not expect sea monsters at all.
And of course, with
Well.
that, we're going to take a short 8 to 10 minute break. We recommend that y'all stretch your legs a little bit, grab yourself some water or something to drink. And of course, we are sponsored by Roll20. You can click the affiliate link down below or head on over to our Twitter, twitter.com/rollforit. The pinned post there has a way for you to win a free DMG. So if you're interested in that, definitely check it out. And we will see you when we return from this short break. Toodles. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to A Crack in the World, a Good Strong Hands campaign. We are on part 2 of episode 2. Take it away, Craig.
And here we are on the lake with the storm in the background, everybody. Actually, I'm in front of you. And the group of you are on the boat heading toward heading across the lake toward the island. The lake is getting choppy. The boat is up and down and up and down, and the storm is getting worse. Rain is falling up on the island. There are lightning strikes and thunder rolling out across the lake as the Ripple Lake slowly becomes the Lake of Lightning again. Ahead of you came a sea monster, classic, big, snake-like, multiple humps in the water, Loch Ness monster style sea monster. Swam right up to the front of the boat, came around the side, reared up its head, and roared at all of you. How do you react? What do you do?
Rhapsody's like, Beast, perhaps you're here to save us and protect us from all of this water and
I
wetness.
squeeze onto Clowny Bear's ears tighter.
Stray's just gonna shout out, "Land ho, ahoy!" Address it. Start barking a Morse code at it. Bark, 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 bark.
I would look at the monster. Does it seem like it's a threat to the boat or to us, or just that he's swimming around and he's roaring because he's feeling good today?
It's big enough that it's a threat to the boat.
Okay.
It could probably toss the boat around a little bit.
He just
and it
breathed on
roars,
us.
And it comes up and its head comes down over the side of the boat right in your face, Rhapsody. And it looks at you each with its great big eyes, and its mouth is just dripping with seawater and slime. And it says, "Are you here to put the music back? Because it is terrible out here. My home is, well, look around. It's the water is roiling. It is everywhere. There's waves. It's very uncomfortable. I can't get any sleep. You're here to bring the music back. Yes, please tell me you are."
Yes.
I thought you were going to eat us.
No, we are not quite tasty, but yes, we are here to bring the music back. The music stopped, and I'm hoping that you can perhaps save us. This is your domain, but it is not mine, and I will bring the music back as long as you can protect me from all of this wetness.
Where are you going?
Oh, well, we are going to the eye.
Let me help. And it gets around behind the boat and starts pushing you fast.
Rhapsody's going to say, "Oh, thank you. Indeed, I know you're used to the bells, but perhaps this can tide you over until..."
Maybe
And
something more like this.
And it starts to push, and the boat is now moving very quickly on the water, and which means that with the water, with the waves and the swell and up and down of the water, that it's making jumps in the water, like it's going up a swell and launching into the air with this sea monster that's pushing it from behind.
I feel like you see Clowny Bear and my arms are not like super, they're just flapping behind me because of the wind. And just like with the,
and then
the wind on my face.
Like
and
it's more of a
Moonbeam's
scream.
just like,
And the sea monster is holding onto the back of the boat with its teeth. And it's pushing, and it's like, having fun.
As long as you are, sea monster.
Hold on.
Oh.
And it
is Stray
pushes
doing
you.
the dog thing where like the dog's out the window with the...
Typically, I wanted to, but we're launching in the air. It's one of those things where the dog's like, too much of a good thing, where he's doing that little shaky dog leg thing, where he's just like, oh my goodness, this is unnatural speed.
And the boat goes up in the air, and the dog is sitting on the boat, and then the boat starts to drop. So just briefly, your Stray is not touching the boat.
The boat, yo. Mm-hmm.
So
and then
Moonbeam feels all the time.
Then the boat hits the water and Stray lands back down on the boat. And after a minute or so of this, you cruise very quickly to the island, and the sea monster is very clearly going to beach your boat at this speed. Like it's going to push the boat well up onto the shore to the extent that you can't get it back in the water unless you do something about it.
Slow him down.
And he's with his mouth full of back end of boat. He's woohooing. He's
being Captain Clowny Bear at this moment. I feel like I'm noticing, like, we're not slowing down. And from my imaginary playtimes with Thumble, we had to, like, you know, tie the boat up and get off the boat safely. Could I use, I just got this skill called Animate Another. Spend one spirit, you animate a mundane object until the end of the scene. It can fly and do whatever you command other than fight. And can I cast this on the boat and have it at least slow down and gracefully park the boat at a dock?
Sure.
Roll for parking boat.
You basically gain control of the boat, and you can like put it in reverse.
Okay.
Like make it attempt to go the other direction, which will offset the
monstrous
sea monsters exuberance and excitedness to get you to the island so the music can come back.
Yep.
And you manage to bring the boat up onto the beach, so that it beaches up. It's not going to float away, but it's not so far up the beach that you wouldn't be able to push it back down on the sand.
Okay.
Into the water.
So we didn't die.
Yeah, and you all arrive at the island. The sea monster stops and looks up at what you just did, and good call.
Indeed.
Teamwork.
And yeah, a splendid performance from you too. Sometimes I get lost in it as well.
Around you, it's
eating us.
raining.
I'm gonna try to use Clowny Bear's ear to like be an umbrella.
Oh, are you afraid of the rain as well?
It doesn't go well with my wings.
And it doesn't. It makes my fur so matted and heavy. But it's not more about my fear of the rain. It's just a minor inconvenience. It smells really bad afterwards too.
Oh,
Lightning cracks.
oh, a storm.
I love the rain, but I hate the lightning.
Oh. Is Stray doing the dog thing where it's like, there's thunder. I don't know what to do with this.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I'm trying to chase it away, but since it's an intangible object, I look like I'm panicking.
Poor Clowny Bear. Clowny Bear is dealing with like 3 people who are just like losing it.
Yeah.
I would
What
see
better?
Stray having, typical dog reaction to a storm.
Zooms.
And one of Clowny Bear's specialties is storms.
Oh.
So I would be like to Rhapsody and Moonbeam,
Hold on one second. We'll get inside shortly.
and I'll walk over to Stray
Oh,
and start petting the top of his head. And I always know there's like a little spot that you can just rub that's supposed to calm them down. And I'll start doing the little pat on that spot.
Are you okay, Stray?
Keep doing what you're doing, and I'll let you know. Yeah, it's one of those things where he's just like, yes.
I know that it seems like the storms might be upsetting you a little.
Yes.
Well, what about the storms scare you?
First things, there's thunder and noise out of nowhere, and then the sky rips in half. half. And like, now I have no gift with numbers or fractions, but half a sky is worse than a whole sky.
That is true. But have you noticed that the sky comes back into one after it passes?
I'm too busy hiding my head.
Well, after the storm, there's always sun. So if you just think about the sun that's coming, then maybe the storm won't be so bad.
It's one of those things where he starts to calm and his little tail's wagging. And a lot of this, he may be a paragon, but he is a hound of very little brain, hence his stats. And you can get those stats if you are on Patreon. He just goes, I guess the storm reminds me of how much I miss the sun while it's gone. And it is but a brief period of booms to endure. And you make a lot of sense, Clowny Bear. I guess that's why you're captain of the boat.
Yeah, I kind of gave myself that job. I hope that was okay with everybody.
Oh no.
I don't want to be a captain of anything that
More
goes
than
on
okay.
the water, so that's fine.
I don't believe in voting.
Or boating. I don't believe in boating. Yeah, and
Your ear's getting kind
you're the
of
best.
wet, though, and it's not doing a
It's
good
not
job
good.
of being an umbrella.
You can crawl under mine, left or right.
Stray's ears would provide more coverage than my, somewhat aged ears.
I'm gonna fly out and try to get into under one of Stray's ears.
As a short-haired breed, my fur is a bit water repellent.
You fly out, and it's not dumping rain, but the rain is coming down, and it's exactly what you would expect for Moonbeam here, everybody.
Awful.
It's like it's hitting her, and it's like she's trying to fly in a straight line, and she's kind of getting knocked down and kind of bumped around a little bit. And at one point, a raindrop hits right on a wing, and it like spins her.
No!
Ah, Moonbeam.
But you
There's a
make it over there.
building, correct?
No, not that you see. You're on a small wooded island at this point. There's ahead of you there, like the beach extends about 30 feet up, sandy, dirty, a few rocks, and then there's woodland and shrubs, and it's it looks with the rain coming down now, it's all very muddy and mucky.
I will notice that there's no cover like that we can really take. And I'm going, if possible, to use Animate Another again to flip the boat over and make us a little canopy as the rain is coming down.
Ooh.
Okay. You flip the boat and basically set it on its set the body of the boat on an angle with the mast forming, a support. And so it's kind of like a lean-to.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the best shelter, but it's it's enough for the group of you to fit underneath, given all of your sizes. And the sea monster says, well, I was going to keep an eye on the boat, but it's not going to go anywhere now, is it?
Oh, sorry. It's raining and Moonbeam was getting hit with the rain and I just thought we could come up with a plan with some shelter.
I would like
And he shakes or nods his head vigorously and just kind of sits in the water, like his snaky body kind of going out into the water, and like the upper portion, like the top few feet of his neck and head, are kind of rested he's in the water, but kind of resting on the sand where it kind of comes, the water gets very shallow, and he's just sitting there listening, like he's just enraptured by it, like he's witnessing like heroism preparing.
Okay.
Since everybody seems to be afraid of something and Cloudy Bear's the only one that's not,
Can
I look around
Sorry,
and see
Cloudy Bear.
what would be if there's any distinguishing things that I'm noticing that would lead me in the right path to start investigating the lack of music?
Sure. Anybody who wants to, even from from your sheltered spot here, could make a mind check. That's just kind of look around, give a listen, see if you hear anything outside. That's a little tough with the rain, but it's possible. Target number five, mind check. To make out anything from where you are. If you were to go kind of up and down the beach, you'd almost certainly find something, but just kind of from where you are.
I'm just kind of drying off a little bit.
Keeping your friends safe and dry for the time being.
I'll definitely help look because I want to not be in the rain. But I also know that I have a phobia of water, so that's -1 dice.
Yeah, and anybody right now, the three of you are all at disadvantage.
Disadvantage for it. Yep.
-1 die.
I unfortunately rolled 2 1s. So.
Oh no.
Ooh.
So it's from mine.
Oh, actually. That means I get a shadow. And that means I fill up my shadow bar.
Nothing for
snap.
And you finally, when you didn't have 5 dice and you only had 4, you finally got a really good
mind check. I know.
Noticing things, check.
That's it.
Yeah, and get that. It earns you a shadow.
All right. I'm going. And do I take a corruption ability?
Okay, you filled up your shadow track. Yes. So this is what happens. You empty out the shadow track. And you select one of your corruptions for your character. You don't have to tell us what that is at whatever time you decide to use it. If you do, you'll let us know then. And you don't have to necessarily do it right now, but sometime here in this session, and you can right now if you want to. When a character starts to become corrupted, it manifests itself in them. Physically, verbally, socially, and it varies for everyone. It can be kind of whatever you want it to be. Your skin might become more pale or pockmarked. Your hair is never neatly, your hair is always messy, or your eyes turn a strange color, or your voice gets crackly, or you just put people a little more like animals, non-sapient animals just are ill at ease around you, you kind of frighten animals, any of those sorts of things. So at this point with one corruption, one of those things has to happen to your character at some point, and you can decide what that is.
Let's have her skin
and
get
it's not a mechanical thing.
I was gonna say, because you're translucent now, right? So it's
maybe
so
her skin gets a little darker blue.
Ooh.
And is this something that everyone sees literally happen before their eyes, or is it just kind of a little bit later they notice?
Ooh.
It was a slow process, and there's no right or wrong answer to this.
I like the idea that she's looking and thinking really hard, and then, could it be when? Could it be over time? It's slowly she's starting to get darker and darker.
Sure.
Less see-through?
Less see-through.
Right. Over the course of the rest of this episode, basically, it all just kind of slowly manifests, and so somebody might notice it and maybe say something about it.
Yeah. Feel free to.
Full corruption is I smurf, therefore I am.
Very, very slow transformation. And you can pick a corruption. For those watching, corruptions are like talents in that they are they're powers, they're abilities that kind of go beyond your typical trait checks, but they're always really kind of icky and nasty, and some of them are really icky and nasty, and they all come with a cost.
Yep.
I have chosen.
All right. So none of us noticed.
And
you did. Of
let's throw this out there too. Not sure that we'll necessarily get there, but I'll try really hard to see if we can get Moonbeam there. Is every character playbook has 3 corruptions, and if you gain all 3 of those corruptions and then you fill up your shadow track again, your character falls to the void and becomes a minion of the void, perhaps even what is referred to in the game as a void scion. That is a bit of the void's essence in avatar form in the world, the really dark, nasty, evil thing. That's a pleasant thought.
Yeah. Very pleasant. Very.
So you've got some shelter. We got 2 successes. You see there's a little ways down the beach, there is a path that kind of opens out of the woods. It looks to be maybe it's an animal path. Maybe there's something that lives on the island that has made its way through there, or it potentially it might have been chopped out by people looking to get further into the island. But it's definitely not just a natural natural opening. There's like something's the bushes and everything have been kind of trodden down. And you also, because you're very good at noticing things, hear, nobody else does, but you hear from deeper within the island the very, very faint sound of a deep bell, like a funeral bell, like something very just boom. And it's less that you hear it, almost like you feel it as the vibrations pass through your small form.
I relay everything to everybody, and at the end of it, she says,
And there's some kind of bell. I can feel it reverberating. Can you hear it?
I don't hear anything.
I hear the rain. Drip, drip, drip,
I
Drip,
don't
drip.
like it.
drip.
It's very unsettling.
If that bell is anything like the one from our friend in town, we need to stop it.
That we do. Oh.
How do we get to it?
Which way? Like, where do you... Like, Rhapsody's looking around, just... I wouldn't even know where to
"It's
start.
down. It's down, right? It's down under. That's where she's hearing it.
Was it like a path?
No, from deeper within the, further into the forest, into
Okay.
the island,
I point
across
that-
the island.
I point that way then,
Okay.
with Stray's ear.
Well, first things first.
And I'm gonna march out. And can I grab a big enough leaf that Moonbeam can hold over her head as a umbrella of sorts?
Sure, you can find a bit of branch that has a bunch of leaves on it that can act as a
Can I make
as a
it into an
shield.
umbrella?
Right.
Oh, the origami skills. Little parasol.
Oh, I'm a fan art of that. She has a little.
Like one of those, the toothpick things that you get like in your drink with the
Yeah, except it's a leaf.
but no
Cute.
toothpick, yeah.
Okay.
Ah.
Are you all ready to go into the forest?
No.
Yeah. Rhapsody puts his ukulele like above his head like this and is like, all right, ready now than ever?
Stray?
Stray is resisting just Leroy Jenkins going straight and woohoo! Like, he's a dog and it's the woods. He's excited. He's just like, all right, I'll lead the way. And he kind of gallops in front. He's like, keep up, keep up.
Clowny Bear's bounding. I'm just running behind him.
No.
She follows. She follows.
Guys,
She follows.
Yeah. I'm just galloping. It's like a two-stepping.
You start making your way in. Quick cutscene back to the boat where the sea monster is just kind of sitting there.
Yay.
Little tail pops up above the water, kind of waves at you as you walk into the forest, into the woods, and you start making your
Maybe I'll
way.
just stay with him. Yeah, it's fine, right? Just kidding.
And she follows everybody else.
Goodbye, sea monster. We'll sing and play all the music all you want when we return.
I'm not a monster. As you
I meant
walk
to
in-
see beast.
As you walk into the woods, that's fine. You start making your way into the woods and through the woods on this trail, and it is at this point very clear that it is a trail that has been hacked out. It's been cut by someone. There are actual signs of like a knife or a sword or a machete or something like that being used to clear some of the path occasionally, and the ground is along the path is bereft of foliage or shrubs or bushes. It's just dirt, and while it's not raining heavily enough to get a great deal of rain down below. There's clearly some amount of rain is piercing the canopy of the forest, and the water, the ground is starting to get wet and a little mucky and a little slippery. Not like you'll sink in it, but those of you who are on the ground are walking in it, and like every so often you're like, whoa, your foot slips a little bit because it's a little muddy. You're making your way in, and the wind starts to kick up, and it's blowing directly at you as you walk, and it makes you catch, your footing, have to catch your footing even more often as you're going, and your feet start to slip out from underneath you because this wind is kind of buffeting you. You get 100 or so feet through the woods into a bit of a clearing, into a hill that starts to rise up, and the hill has some trees here and there on it, but it's more open. And the hill here is covered in tall grass that is now getting very wet and slick, and the wind is coming down the side of this hill, blowing at you. Getting up the hill in this wind is going to be a little bit of work if this is the direction you want to continue going. At least for those of you. Well, actually, I mean, yeah, for Moonbeam as well,
most,
because the flying, there's enough wind that the flying is going to be tough.
Oh, okay.
Anybody whose feet on the ground is going to be slipping and sliding.
Okay. So it's pretty much like a rock face that like maybe a goat or something could climb up? Or is it slippery, more slippery than that?
How high would this hill be as well? How high do you think this hill is about?
It's no more than like from where you are at the base to the top of the hill itself is no more than about 20 feet, but it's spread across like 50 feet. So there's a bit of a slope.
Yep.
To go 20 feet in the air in about 50 feet of run, just enough that like if the wind buffeted you, like you'd hit the slide, down you go, on the mud or on the slick grass.
I kind of want to take a chance there because I do have a. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that the fawn among you might be a little bit better off just because of your hooves, because you're just better geared for that.
And I also have a talent called Bounding Legs, which lets me jump 30 feet vertically or horizontally without a running start. And I know y'all are small enough. Oh, but I don't know if I can.
Can we ride you?
That's what I'm wondering if I can bound it, and if like the landing would let me, have my feet stick into the ground and then do it again.
I could get.
Well, rather than, I'd say this from a rules perspective, rather than having to make checks, like every so often for across the distance and trying to get up and everything. You clear 30 feet with a leap. And maybe just a check to make sure you don't end up on your butt.
Slipping. That's what I'm thinking, right? That was.
And then you can leap again, and boom, you're at the top of the hill.
Yep. But also, I wanted, because I know I could take Moonbeam could definitely hold on. Clowny Bear I could take. And I want to see if Stray, I'm trying to see how I'm...
Stray wants to see if he can prove himself.
Is this hard for me to fly?
The wind, I guess, right?
The wind.
Because of the wind, yeah. It's blowing directly at you. If you're looking to continue up the hill, there's nothing says you can't, go around the hill.
That too.
But the trail that you're following kind of does go up the hill, and that's where it breaks. The trail has trodden down the grass, and there really is no grass, like where the walking spot is. It's just dirt. But that of course makes it slick because of the water, the rain.
Well, I think Rhapsody is like, these hooves weren't just made for trotting. And he kind of flexes his calves.
Never miss leg days.
Nice close up.
Appreciate it.
A little close up that just goes in, and then
muscles.
For those brave enough to hold on, I can bound up this hill, but as long as I don't lose my footing, and I feel like my tap dancing skills might be able to help with that, as balance is one of the things that I do specialize in, but not quite specialized from a rule perspective, but
Will I hold you back or slow you down? Or make it more difficult for you to jump?
Just a little bit, but I can make multiple ones. You're not that light. And he kind of picks up Clowny Bear from before and is like,
Okay.
Then I hug him.
but then he looks at Stray and is like, oh, my floppy-eared Phenom.
My horn-headed bosom buddy.
How? Please, can try. Does this kind of terrain difficult for you to traverse, or?
Hound dogs are phenomenally resilient and excellent climbers. Hill climbing was my varsity sport back in obedience school, and I'm going to make my way. I went from Jim Varney to Ralph the dog. I'm gonna make my way. Hello, and I'm the dog that plays the piano. Yeah, so
Yeah, I just pulls out.
yeah, so
Do
I'm gonna make my way up that hill, and I'm determined to show that I have some spring in my step, and I might not have hooves, but I got these little claws in my paws, and they help with the traction.
All right.
If I go sliding down, I'm bound to just make my way up again.
Right back up.
Okay,
Okay,
are you going to go up the grass or up the trail where the dirt is?
Slippery dirt. I assume the grass is poisonous, Craig. I play Dungeons and Dragons. No, sorry.
This isn't my first rodeo.
All right. Let's see what the dog can do. Body target number.
It's a heart check, man. That's because you got that heart, man, to do it, right? No, I'm just,
This is a
I'm okay with body. Body's what I'm
body
good
target
at.
number. Body
You'd
target
rather
number
get body.
4.
Sure, I'll spend a little bit of spirit. I'll spend one of those. I don't think.
Let's do this real quick. We keep forgetting to do this. I'm sure that every one of you hit your anchor at some point in the first session. Give everybody gain a spirit.
Yay!
so I was gonna
Yeah.
say that
Without
after-
breaking the momentum of the scene.
Yeah.
No, I
Somewhere along
don't
the
think
line.
I can get a bonus for leading others, only because I'm trying to lead by example, but really I'm in it to win it for myself as well, because I like accomplishing difficult things. So I'm gonna roll 4d6 with a target number of 4. Yeah, all successes.
Whoa, shadow
What happens
up,
when
baby.
that?
Gain a shadow. You don't gain extra.
Corrupt.
3 shadow.
glimpse into early design. That would have been 3 shadow in the early version of the story.
Really?
It used to be a shadow
You get
for
the,
every success beyond the first, and it produced characters that just right
would be
into
for a one-shot.
completely
corruption
into the
so
shadow.
quickly.
That'd be good for a
Wow.
one-shot.
Yeah.
Have it,
Yeah.
you could house rule that.
Do the old school
Make it
rules.
really, really, start everybody with like 2 corruptions already.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
So,
Yeah.
all right, you make it halfway up, just like, well, you know what, with a boon, like, up to the top. You're like, look at me. You just, at one point, you just kind of, sort of, just barely perceptibly lose your footing. You feel it, like for just a moment, you were like this close to taking the tumble. Nobody else necessarily notices it, and you get up to the top of the hill, like, that would be
Yeah. And I think the funniest part about this whole thing is that Rhapsody is sitting there like preparing for it all, like in the most like, showmanship way of doing so, while Stray is just like
Stray just gets done with business, just
Over here,
takes
like-
care of business.
flexing my calf muscles, like, all right, I got this. Gets ready to do his first bound up.
All right, doing a bound up. You
So it
can
would be-
cover the distance. You're carrying some people with you, so we're going to bump the target number a little bit. Target number 5, body check.
Oh boy. Yep. So I'm definitely gonna have to roll a spirit for this one. That's gonna make 2d6 here. I don't know why you put your faith in me, because I got one body.
Are you serious? Oh my god.
baby.
How do you do this every
Oh my
time,
god.
Tempo?
I don't even know.
You
but
have
this
like 2 dice and you spend a spirit and you somehow make it, and I'm over here like trying to roll a
like,
million.
we're all gonna die. This is it.
In a
Did get
shadow.
my
I
second
had a
shadow
backup
though.
plan if you didn't make it.
In case. Okay. I did get
And
my
it would have
second
made
shadow.
Craig
though.
happy, but it's not. It didn't happen, so it's
We'll
fine.
have to bring it back.
I would get my first corruption at this point too.
Oh.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So clear your shadow track.
Yes.
Select a corruption, and then let us know how you want to handle the effects. The outward noticeable effects of corruption. If it's something noticeable right now, you could integrate it into the story at some point later.
So yeah, they're going to notice. No, they will. Stray, when they get to the top, he is completely albino now, and his eyes are red. And where he had his happy little dog mouth, he has wolf fangs.
Yikes!
Ooh, I think this is the perfect time for me to also change. So it looks like we both had like
a
thing.
Yeah. Over this whole time, yep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
So
we noticed this like immediately, right?
Yeah,
that they both look different.
As we get to the top of the so this is like the time that it took to get up there, right? Like this is happening, like whatever he's doing when Stray's running up, like
Stray's kind of like, his face is like out of your view for a little while, and Moonbeam is by her nature very small, and you just you're not looking at her, paying attention. She's just holding on for the ride, and then you all get to the top and notice both of these things.
I only notice Stray, and I'm like,
what happened to you?
I found my courage and my strength. I feel like a pup in his prime, and he's kind of like strutting around, and he's kind of like frolicking a bit. He's like, oh, my aches and my pains are kind of leaving me. I bet it's that snail snot. It's finally taken effect. It's just like his big wolf teeth now. He's just like, yeah. Oh my gosh, I'm so amped and I'm so hyped.
Snip says in your ear, "You're welcome."
A bit of side effects.
Maybe. I've never tried that branch of medicine, but and he kind of was like,
different, my friend.
You both look a little different. Moonbeam, you too. Is it? Do you change color when it rains?
Not that I know of.
Well.
And do you get fangs when it rains, Stray?
Well,
I don't know what you're talking about. These are just my teeth. He's just like, yeah. He's just like,
yeah.
You know what he's gonna do? We might as well demonstrate, because I think you see the power. He goes, I bet I could. Are there any rocks in the area? I want to bite a boulder in half, just and show them. So, for the audience, I took the dire rending corruption. I get a shadow if I do that, but I want to show them that my teeth are very, very mighty and can cut through any material.
I love it.
Bring on that stonekin. I'll teach him how to dance. Jeez. Sorry. Strays on roids.
Break it down.
Oh my.
Well then, that escalated quickly, you guys.
Yeah, no kidding. I've got one corruption, and now I'm murdering Stone Kid.
It's fine.
Leave something for the other two corruptions, Grant.
Sorry.
Oh boy. At the top of the hill, you notice all of this, and then the four of you become aware that you're up at the top of the hill having this discussion, and you're being watched.
Oh.
I think something might be watching us.
What can I see? What it is?
An audience?
An audience.
Up ahead a little bit. There's kind of a few rocky, like a rocky outcropping, a bit of a crag, if you will, and perched on. That's what my name means. Thank you. My name means rock.
You're the rock?
Actually, my middle name is Alan, which also means rock. So my name means rock.
Rock.
Terrible name.
I like it.
Maybe you are a rock.
You gotta be rock solid. Like if you have the name rock, right? It's
I'm two rocks. If I was Peterson, I would be Rockson.
That'd be
and so, but up ahead you see an imp a 4 foot tall-ish, very thin, wiry limbed, with an incredibly long, kind of pointed barbed tail, vaguely devilish features. And he's sitting, he's standing on his feet, but he's crouched, like so his butt's like right down near his heels. And he's just kind of sitting there with his arms crossed in front of him, and he's just looking at all of you.
Hello. It's over there. I see it.
Oh, hello there. Yes, an audience, yes, whose tail is as pointed as my companion's teeth at the moment. How do you do?
You're trespassing on my island, you know.
Oh, you must have things mistaken. This is our island, actually, and we're here to perform. And you must be the only one that bought a ticket, huh? So, I have a, no, I didn't take persuading, but I'm bluffing lying.
Well, I mean, you can try to.
I'm gonna try still, even without a specialty.
It's not like you're not gonna suddenly make him believe it's your island,
No,
but
no.
like he might be amused. You might lighten the mood a little bit.
Yeah,
sure.
indeed. Like we got invited here.
Yeah, charm.
More.
Charm
Yeah.
check. Target number. Ooh, he's tough. Target number 6. Charm check.
Oh my God! Well,
Yeah.
luckily I got a
He
little
is
bit
having
of charm.
none of that.
I do have a decent
my
charm.
island.
Charm is one of my strongest features, huh? You might not believe it.
Gotta let the.
Oh, I
performer
almost
use
rolled
charm.
in Twitch. All right, so we got 3 charm here, and we are gonna roll.
Oh no, 2 ones.
Sour grass.
If you're here to perform, you're not doing a very good job. You're not very funny. You've got a tiny little guitar with you.
It's not. No, tiny is a relative term.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
It is pretty tiny. Well,
So what do you want with my island? Answer me or be on your way. It's that simple.
Rhapsody is whispering into his ukulele right at the moment.
I peek behind Clowny Bear's ear and I'm like,
Answering seems like the easier.
Wait. So there's just this guy just like
imp.
being intimidated that we're there,
yeah,
or intimidating us to leave after we get up this hill.
yeah.
We just got up here. There's a beautiful view, and we come in peace.
Let me just
You
kick
want to
you
help?
off the cliff. No, I'm just kidding.
Hmm.
Corruption.
Don't tempt me.
Charm check. Target number 6. Clowny Bear.
Dang. Okay, charm check. I only have a 2 in charm, so fingers crossed.
No.
He waves his tail. The tip of it glows. And only where you are, Clowny Bear, a cloud appears
Whoa.
and starts pouring rain on top of you. And in a matter of seconds, you are waterlogged.
Whoa.
I don't
And
like
your
this.
stuffing is dripping down to your feet even more.
Can I, as this is happening and I'm feeling this, would it be possible for me to try to use my minor magic and use my animal skill to give myself the ability to have gecko skin so that it will start repelling off of me?
That's messed up and I like it.
So what is it? It's
She wants to transform herself to have a skin like a particular animal. That's going to be a tough check. That's going to be a heart check. Yeah.
Wow.
It's like those stuffed animals that
6.
like those that have that weird like scale thing where you can like move it up and down and it changes colors.
Basically, you're changing your body with this magic so drastically. Like this is something you could do by just slathering yourself in like, oil. Like
Yeah.
anything that's like doesn't mix with water. If you had the right materials. So I'm gonna put this way up at a target number 6.
Okay.
Okay.
Heart check to do.
I have a specialty of minor magic, and this is one of my minor magics. And Clowny Bear is drawing from the power of imagination, where we would
okay.
pretend to be like different animals or things when we would play, when Thumble and I would play. And so I'm like, I'll be waterproof like a gecko and just close my eyes and squeeze really tight and hope and pray as I roll my dice that it works out. It does not.
Just like in real life. It's like,
Yeah, just like in
You
real
are-
life.
You are super soggy.
Can I fly out from behind her ear, like with my little umbrella, and get away from the cloud?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Hey, that's not very nice. Oh,
It's not very nice.
can someone squeeze me out?
Someone ring out our captain, please.
as
I
long
look
as
to
the captain
Rhapsody.
calls, as long as the
Because-
captain calls, the captain gets.
Yeah, I would look at Rhapsody because you're like the only one that could really pick me up.
Pick
I mean,
you
I
up
guess.
and really
Yeah,
do it.
like ring me out.
Well, then
and
again, I
hopefully-
mean, Stray could also, like, you know, when dogs like take the stuffed animals and just like
Yeah.
Shake them. Yeah.
usually that ends.
I would be
in-
worried about hurting Clowny Bear.
Yeah, you have fangs now. It makes it a little
Yeah, that might be a little bit.
It's like,
yeah.
don't put me in your mouth.
Yeah. You missed
I'd
just
look
So,
up
um,
at Rhapsody
now.
like, please, just, you know, get some of this weight out of my butt.
Oh, at once, Captain. Aye, aye. And
So,
yeah,
um,
I'll try my best.
Stray at this
possible.
point.
So pick up Clowny Bear, ring her out, turn her upside down by the feet, and snap her once to kind of get some of the stuffing to go back up,
And as soon as you put me down,
and then set her back down.
That's much better, thank you.
Oh my
Anything.
gosh.
Funny.
Then we are fixated on the imp. Like,
Stray
And
wants to look at this
the
leader of
storm
the
cloud. The storm cloud that he conjured over the top of you is gone.
If you cannot be persuaded through our charismatic ways and our dashing wit, perhaps we could engage you in a bit of sport, perhaps a contest of sorts to see who the true ruler of the island is. If you find yourself a bit of a gambler, leave it up to the fates. I'm challenging.
Charm target number 6.
Okay.
Somebody's going to make the check eventually, and all my fun's going to be ruined. But I'm looking forward to
Trying to not charm. I just wanted to. It was an open challenge. For you to say no.
You got to convince him to go along with it.
Unless he wanted it. That's the test. So if he doesn't want
specifically.
to, yeah.
He wants
Well,
us
we'll
to
see.
leave. That's what he
Yeah,
wants.
you never know.
So, yeah, I'll use the spirit to try to get this a little more, and then all right. So target number 6. Come on, Shadow. Nope, nothing.
Oh no.
Craig is
But I do get
yes.
skill.
Yeah.
He waves his tail.
Uh-oh.
And actually, I'm going to back up real quick, Clowny Bear. Mark a physical condition out of that.
Okay.
Okay.
It was pretty traumatic. I'm sorry.
exhausted.
Yeah, the first one.
Okay.
You always start with the first one and work your way up. So no
And it wasn't
penalties
from
at
the
this
cloud,
point.
right? It was me from like the ringing out. Like it was more so from the ringing out than the cloud itself.
It was just kind of the whole thing. It was the fact that she failed the check. She got rained on and everything else, and then got wrung out and snapped.
Couldn't become a gecko. There's just a lot.
Yeah,
An
there's-
emotional term. Yeah.
and Stray isn't able to convince him, and he waves his tail around again and conjures up a lightning strike right next to you, from the sky above. Boom! Right next to you. Mark a condition, and he says, "I can play these games all day. Leave my island or state your business."
All right. How about no more playing games, especially if they deal with rain?
Lightning and
Yeah, none of that, please. We're here because the music stopped.
With those words, he sort of stands up from his perch, and he walks across over to you, and using his tail almost like another leg. So like there's like his tail is pressing into the ground, and both feet are moving at the same time. So there are times when both of his feet are in the air and the tail is what's propelling him. And he walks over, and he's like right face to whole body with Moonbeam, and says, "What do you mean?"
Well, there was a bell, and now there's not a bell, and we want to make a bell.
The bells are broken, yes.
Mm-hmm.
But one's missing.
Stepping back a little bit. A little too close.
I would have fixed the bells long ago, I suppose, if I had the missing one.
Fly over. We have the missing bell. Clowny Bear has it, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, I guess we
take it with
never.
us?
Never specific. I don't think there would be any reason.
I don't.
Well, here we can do this like flashback to.
I don't know. Do we take it with us when you?
Well, you never said one way or the other. I just kind of assumed that there was no, like you didn't have a reason to give it to anybody. Nobody asked for it. Nobody like said there was a use for it. Blah blah blah.
It could be around.
Clowny Bear had it.
Be around Rhapsody's neck like the little cowbell
just
type
like
of thing.
it's part of it's like a walking.
Well, if it was
orchestra.
if it was out and about, it would be visible to him already. So what I'm thinking is Clowny Bear stashed it inside the ukulele, like pulled the strings aside and went in through the hole. And so now it's rattling around inside there, and you need to get it out.
It's been amplifying my music too. Like I feel like
it's just thunk thunk.
Yep. Okay. But okay.
And there's no check involved. It's just like, well, let's do it this way. We're gonna let's put a check on it, but the check will determine how long it takes you.
Okay, let's do it.
Body check, target number 4.
Okey-doke.
To turn the thing upside down and kind of.
Yeah, I'm over here like, a missing bell, you say? One with that doesn't have a what did we end up settling on it? A ding dong in it?
A dangler.
Perhaps a bell with no ding dong in it. Yes. I have just the thing here. Just give me a moment. As he pulls aside some of the strings. There's only 5 in it now, so that might make it easier for it to come out. Because one of the strings are actually in Clowny Bear. So, yep.
Got it. You hit target number 4. So it doesn't take you too long. You don't embarrass yourself by taking forever to get the thing out of. That's what it was going to be. If you had failed, you were going to be like, oh, geez, come on. So close.
It's like a game.
3 minutes later, you manage to get the bell to drop out. And you slide the strings aside, pull the bell out. And you have the bell, and he looks,
this one, perhaps?
So you know how to fix the bell?
Well, you have to string them back up.
All right.
Well, let's
do that then.
Ukuleles are my specialty. Not quite versed in the bell, especially one with no ding dong. And he says it with like the straightest face.
Yeah. Fixing ding-dongless bells is what dogs do best. Here, let me.
He takes it because he appreciates instruments, and then a bell without it, it's making Rhapsody feel some type of way. So if there's any way for it to be fixed, he would love for it to be.
I think we could all put our heads together and figure out a way to fix it.
You'll need to go to the bell tree.
Oh, where's the bell tree?
I know where it is, and I can tell you
Will
if you'll
you
trade something to me.
Trade? You see, what kind of things do you like? An imp such as yourself?
He waves his tail, and the sky darkens above him to the point where it just brings like the shadows. Like the sun is cut out. It's very dark, and he's right up there, right in front and with all of you. And he kind of leans in, and he says, "I want your secrets."
I don't share secrets with just anyone, only my person.
One secret, and I'll tell you where the bell tree is. Who will it be? You? And he looks to Moonbeam.
Moonbeam kind of looks up at the cloud, a little weary.
Mm-hmm.
You? And he looks to Rhapsody.
And Rhapsody looks into his ukulele as well, at the spot that he whispers everything into, and he's just like,
One secret that you've never told anyone. Tell me. And I'll show you, I'll walk you, I'll hold your hand all the way to the bell tree.
Rhapsody is like still looking at the ukulele, and he's like, you say it'll bring back the music and then the comfort, you say.
If
correct?
you can restring the bells, yes, of course. If anybody would like to make a mind check to determine whether or not this guy is full of crap.
That's kind of what I was thinking. Yeah. He's suspicious to me.
He seems pretty powerful, but yes, I will.
He's an
he's an imp.
Well, he's an imp, and
Do I get anything for noticing things, or this wouldn't really be noticing things?
this is not so much. This is like inferring like behavior.
And I'm at
Seeing,
minus
yeah.
1 dice.
Understanding people. So right, and anybody keep in mind if you've got minus dice for water and lightning and everything. Hold on, it's going to be a target number 6 mind check, and you recognize like that this is like it's going to be. It's hard to know for sure. And Rhapsody, you've dealt with this because you've dealt with performers. This he's performing. Like this is like his whole persona just stinks of like he's honed at the way he talks and the way he acts.
He's very like, yeah.
And so like his true intentions are buried deep beneath this facade.
All right. Also in gathering information,
I
little.
failed. So that fills up my skill bar.
Ooh.
So I get a new.
So this would be, you said a
Target number
mind?
6 mind check.
Target number 6 mind.
I
check.
did roll and I got a 5 and a 6.
Okay.
What
Okay.
do you roll for magic stuff? Is that
With my
Hard
disadvantage. But then of course I have the performing and the gathering information specialty. At least one of them.
You'll be at disadvantage. Neither one of those applies. Not
Okay,
specifically
gotcha.
to this sort of gathering
Okay,
information.
performing
is, one of those,
performing is me performing, right?
is you performing, and gathering information is like if you were to go around and talk to a bunch of people,
talk to
and,
them. Okay.
you know, and gather rumors and get people to tell you the
Alright.
truth. And
All right, then this will be a disadvantage here. I do at least have 2 mind. Ouch. That means I roll 1. Run. Risk it for the biscuit. Oh.
okay, so
I'm trying to size him up. Like as I'm looking at my ukulele and looking at him, just trying to like squint a bit too. And just,
for those of you who failed, like he seems like he's on the up and up. He's like he's got a polished routine here. He's got a pattern.
It's on point.
Clowny, you're reasonably sure that like he's not lying. He can take you to the bell tree. And all he wants in exchange is a secret, but you also know that imps deal in secrets. Like one of their specialties actually is knowing the unknown, knowing secrets, knowing the darker things.
Mm.
And so what he might do with that secret, that's a little frightening.
Okay.
But you also get the feeling that if like he would hold to the deal, one secret, he'll take you there.
Okay.
That's it.
My eyes, the fluff around my eyes kind of fill in a way to make my little black beads look like they're narrowing, and I step forward and I go,
Wait a minute. He's not to be trusted. He'll take us to the tree, but he's gonna use our secrets.
No, I will not. I'll never tell anybody your secret.
I remember reading about secrets and imps in a book once when my person read to me, and I would like to make a different kind of trade.
Convince me.
Okay.
And he looks to Stray and says, "Unless you have a secret and you'd just like to get this over with."
Stray stands there in his nakedness, where he's just like, "My life's an open book. No need for secrets. Dogs are honest 24/7 with nothing to hide. All my bone stashes are a matter of public record. Now, yeah. If he had one, he would do it for the group. But he don't have any secrets.
Oh,
Okay, back to Clowny Bear.
Yeah.
and this-
Convince me.
Okay. There's 4 of us and 1 of you. I would like you to do the math.
Oh, my
Because we're
things.
not quite good at the math ourselves.
Math magic.
Are you threatening me, little bear?
No, absolutely
I don't
not.
like
she
the way
wouldn't.
you do things, Mr. Imp. There is a way you should treat people, and that's not when you first meet them and say, hey, tell me your secrets. A secret is earned. You don't just get them.
Clowny, he made it rain. Really, lots of water. Lots. I had to wring you out. If that was me, I don't even know what would happen.
Yes.
He's whispering.
But-
He's kind of whispering it.
I'll step forward towards the imp. I realize like he's got magic and he's a little scary, but
I
I'm
got teeth.
trying
I
to.
got your back.
Yeah, and I'm like, we do have 4 pretty powerful. We each have our own skills.
How about this? I'll trade you a story of what love really feels like, and you'll take us to the Bell Tree. Have you ever felt love?
Yes. He took too long to answer that question.
Inferring from that, I'm thinking he's never felt love before. If I'm logicking.
Mm-hmm. You can think whatever you want.
I'm not sure if you know what that's like, but I could tell you what it feels like.
You've barely.
You like
felt
to
love.
talk a lot. Keep talking.
No, we have to make a deal. I tell you what a moment of true love feels like. You will take us to the Bell Tree. You have to promise.
Charm target number 5, and anybody who wants to help can. By spending a spirit to give Clowny Bear the die.
Stray will.
Definitely seemed like Stray was assisting.
I could turn around and as if asking for help.
Maybe some of my friends would also volunteer a story of love to tell you as well.
He leans in. No. I want your story.
We all made that face.
So then,
And now
yeah.
he wants to believe that you can impress him with the story. I'm going to give you advantage on this check as
Okay.
well. But he wants just your story.
Yep, and I'm gonna give a
do
spirit
something.
here.
If you don't
so,
succeed on this, something else is going to happen, and it's not going to be good. Just letting you all
yeah.
know.
So I'm gonna give a
gosh.
I'm gonna give her a spirit, and what my spirit is gonna be just playing like a background, like a,
Well, only one
Nice.
person can give her spirit for be
straight.
helping.
Okay, gotcha.
You can all be
Yeah,
encouraging
straight
and you
is.
can say what you want to role playing
All
wise.
right,
But
then I'll
as
just
far
be
as
playing a song in the
mechanics,
background.
just one spirit. Sure.
just to make
You
it more
can, you
dramatic.
can musically
Yes.
accompany the story.
Yeah, the story.
Sure.
That's what you hear
Okay.
right now, guys. That's me in PNR. It's guitar form though.
And so Stray, you're gonna be giving me a spirit. Okay.
Oh yeah.
I feel like Stray's presence next to me, like the warmth of like a dog leaning against your leg kind of feeling. Okay, so
Your
I can
legs.
roll 3. It's gonna be 3d6. I'm gonna see if I can lawyer this. Would overcoming fears be a way? Does that fit into this at all, or no?
If things went badly with this magic wielding imp, despite the fact that there are 4 of you and 1 of him, are you afraid for your character's life? Honestly.
I think in a way she knows. I mean, I got kicked by the red cap and my stomach ripped open, and now I've just been downpoured on. I'm exhausted, and I feel like, there's a chance we could all like fight him and take him on, but I look around at my friends and I mean, Moonbeam can fly away. Stray probably could bite. Rhapsody's much bigger and can handle situations better than a little stuffed bear could. So I think in a way, I feel like the chances of me getting very hurt are high from this imp, being on a cliff as well.
Okay. You can apply your specialty.
Okay. All right. It's a 4d6.
Target
I
number
am
5.
so nervous about this one.
He leans in and thinks about it. He's like, this is just, you still have the story to tell, just for the record.
I know.
Because this is a show and we need a story. But this is to convince him to go along with your plan.
Okay. I'm rolling it. I got 2 5s.
Ooh.
Mark a shadow.
Mark a shadow.
Oh.
All right. Tell me your story.
Do you agree to take us to the bell tree if I tell you my story?
I do.
Okay.
I nervously look back at everyone and I hear Rhapsody playing some chords on the guitar.
When my girl met me, I came in a box, wrapped with a pretty bow. It was her birthday. Her name was Thumble, and I remember being in the box and being afraid because it was dark. But when she opened the box, the first thing I heard was a squeal of delight, which was alarming. But it was quickly followed by a big hug, and it was the best hug I'd ever had. I never felt anything like it. And at first, it's just that joyous moment of excitement of a new thing. But over time, those hours turned into days, turned into years, and I did everything with Thumble. We stayed up late and told stories, and we played pretend, such as going in a boat or climbing a giant mountain. And as she got older, we would always cuddle up at night. And if there was a storm, she would squeeze me tighter. Or if she thought there was a monster under the bed, I told her I would keep her safe. She may not have been able to hear me, but I think she knew that I was there to protect her. And she was there for me, and I was there for her, and there wasn't anything she could do that would change that. I loved her, and I still love her more than anything in the world. And there's just something about the stitches on me and the fact that my fur is matted that shows that I was loved. I hope to find her one day. It's been a while since I've seen her, but there's nothing more powerful than a hug or knowing that someone out there thinks of you fondly. And that's what love is to me.
The imp draws in a breath, and in a raspy voice, his voice quaking, he says, I've never had a friend like that.
It's never too late to find a friend like that.
No.
If you let us, maybe we could be your friends. Would you like a hug? I give good hugs, or so I'm told.
She does give good hugs.
She does. It is true.
And I'll
I'm
start
not even-
slowly walking
Not
towards
even
him.
I'm not even sure I would do it right.
I'll teach you.
I reach my little bear arms and I waddle towards the imp. And
Could be creepy in a different setting.
yes, in a different setting, but now it's more of like a tender moment with Rhapsody's music playing in the background, and I would just gently put my little bear arms around the imp.
You just lean into it. And you just let it happen, and you just kind of melt. And you just wrap your arms and melt.
He puts his arms around you and hugs you back. and you feel a response in him that you've never experienced in all the hugs you've given. He was giving a performance. He was all bluster. He was pumped up, puffed up. And it's like his whole body just exhales. And he becomes, for a moment, the best version of who he could have been and may someday still be.
Doesn't it feel good to get a hug?
And he whispers only so you can hear it. It really does.
I promise. There are good things and lots of hugs and things much better than secrets. Help us save this place that you call home.
Yes. You have bells to string. And he, like, almost imperceptibly just turns back into who he had been. He's kind of big and puffed up, but not quite so much as he had been, but just like he's trying to get there. And he says, come along. Bring the bell. The other bells are up there. They're unstrung, and there's a thing by the tree.
What kind of thing?
I don't know how to describe it.
Is it living?
It breathes, yes.
Perhaps it just needs a hug too.
Or we could just turn around and...
No, this thing does not want your hug.
Well, I think we can take on anything. I truly believe that in my heart, or in my stuffing.
I don't doubt it. I believe that in my stuffing. I love that.
I'll reach up to the imp's hand and put my little fluffy hand in theirs.
I'm gonna cry. You take his hand, and he puts his version of putting his arm around you, which is to rest his tail on your shoulder. And he walks you further into the island, the group of you. And as you go, he speaks of his time on the island, of his life here. He hasn't always lived here. He's been here for some time, and he's always kind of, he's been alone a lot, and he's sort of preferred it that way because he's been kind of off-putting to a lot of people. And so he decided to just not bother people as much as he had in his younger days. But you get the distinct impression that he has changed, and that he may take a different path. And as he's telling you these stories, it's like he's telling you his secrets.
As I'm walking with him in the group, I'd just be asking so many questions about him. Just like
do you like it here? What's your favorite color? What kind of food is your favorite food?
And just walking along and peppering him with questions.
You're my best friend.
He gets past all the sad stuff, and then he's being drawn out more and more by the power of the Clowny Bear. And he's answering those questions as well. And then he stops. And all of you have been so enraptured with the discussion that's been taking place and Clowny Bear's questions and this poor imp just pouring his soul out to you that you weren't really paying attention to where you were walking. And you now are in a clearing in the woods, and up ahead is a tree with no leaves on it. Hanging from a number of branches are cords, little strings. At the end of each you can barely make out. There's just a little ball, a little bulb, a little clapper. At the base of the tree is a blob of flesh that is 7 feet tall, 6 feet around, covered in crust and in slits on its side that are oozing with hairs growing, like large, thick, like oversized hairs. Like they look like hair, but they're far too thick to be hair growing out of it. Some tendrils of the goo that makes this thing up are splayed out on the ground in front of it, almost like it dropped from the tree and hit the ground and spattered. And within its form, you can see, well, back up, lying around on the ground, you see 2 bells, like the one you've been carrying, but one of them is a little bigger than the one you have. Okay. And then the next one is a little bigger than that. And looking at this semi-translucent pile of goo deep in its body, you can make out the shape of 2 additional bells that are lodged inside of it. That are yet another size and 1 more size bigger. So almost like you could take all 5 of these bells and nest them on top of each other. And as you get close to it, it quivers, and then it sort of expands like it's breathing, and exhales, and expands like it's breathing, and exhales. And the imp says, I told you I couldn't describe it.
Could have described it.
It's like nothing I've ever seen before. Look, the bells. Another challenge, but
have you tried to get the bells from it before?
I gave some thought to it, but I knew that there was one missing, so I thought it was pointless to endanger myself until I could find the other.
All right. So maybe we just try to get them out.
Yeah. Seems like an easy enough thing to do, right? Moonbeam. You could just hug it out, but I do believe it could use a hug. It just seems it would be quite difficult to do so. And I don't see any ears on it, but the power of music transcends even just the power of hearing, I guess.
Maybe you should play it a song.
I'll try.
As you talk, it makes one galumph toward you.
It's moving. Is it supposed to come this direction?
I'm not gonna stick to find out. I will take a step back. But
Ray takes a step forward. Curious.
Okay. So I take a step back and
I fly up above it. My little umbrella.
I just look at it quizzically.
Yeah. I try to see if it can understand the language that we speak, and it's like, perhaps you'd like to join my band? You have the instruments for it, and I shall send forth my audition.
And it clumps.
And then Rhapsody takes another step back. Yep. So Rhapsody takes another step back and begins playing
Well, he'll actually play the rock music that he learned.
Mhm.
So his first instinct is to go to it.
All right. What is the specific effect that
So
you're trying to
well, we're
get
trying
out
to
of
see
your
if there's any
voice?
kind of reaction.
Oh, it'll react first. Okay.
I want to see just if the sound. It's not a perfect performance. It's just the sound of music. Is there any kind of effect on playing some kind of a? It's a pretty hard type of a song. You know what I mean? The heavy. It's not like a serenade or anything like that. It's just. Like,
Okay, I got you.
You know,
So
maybe
it's a complex song. It's all over the place. It's a lot of different
Definitely.
notes,
It's
a lot
erratic.
of different runs.
Mhm.
So in the process, you're playing a lot of different notes, a lot of different pitches, a lot of different,
seeing what'll hit. You know,
Some sounds are very quick. Some of the notes are very quick. Some you're holding, and you discover that there are 3 different pitches
Mhm.
that you hit that cause it to shrink from you.
Uh-huh. So Rhapsody will take note and says, huh, and looks over to the group and is like, all right, it does seem to react to the power of music. And I was taking note as to which ones were affecting it, as I do. And it seems, yes.
Should we join in with you? I could sing.
If you can sing, yes, it is, there are a few here, the notes that it was reacting to.
We could all sing.
All flats. E flat. E
I
flat.
tend to sing solo. Solo, no one can hear me.
Oh,
I'm also a tenor. I sing 10 or 12 miles away from everybody else. And those are
Now-
2 of my 3 music jokes.
okay. Well, here's what we can do. We can do a group check.
All right.
In order to succeed as a group, you need to get half or more of you to succeed on the check.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody makes a check individually, and you will if you get a hit, that's one success toward doing it. If you get a boon, get a hit with the boon, get 2 or more successes, you cancel out somebody else's failure.
Okay. Cool. Got you. All right. Well,
And there's 4 of you, so you need 2 successes.
Mhm.
But any boon that you get cancels out somebody else's
failure.
Okay.
And which one are we rolling again?
Which can basically result in it can help you avoid bad things happening. If you have too many failures, there's there can be a complication again. And this is going to be you're trying to hit. This is like technical proficiency.
Yeah.
Trying to hit a specific note. So that's kind of I'm going to say that's body. That's like getting your voice physically to make the right sound. And there's going to be 3 different notes that you need to hit. And we're going to start with target number 4 with the easiest of the notes.
Oh, so Captain Clowny can now be Conductor Clowny,
Yeah, I'll just start waving my hands around and trying to conduct everybody and going la la la
Yep.
along with the tune that you're playing.
Uh-huh. So I'll play it, and then y'all have to. I'll have to play it right too, right? And then
Yeah,
have them match it.
everybody's
So we'll-
trying to hit that note and sustain it.
Okay.
So basically, what you're doing is demonstrating. You can hit the note on your instrument easily enough. What you're doing is sustaining it and kind of helping to kind of guide
Yep.
others to do this. So actually, I think maybe it makes sense that you make this. This is almost like a leadership kind of thing. This is like it would make sense for this to be a charm check. That
I'd say charm or heart,
everybody else,
right? Like
charm. Or
charm.
Heart. Yeah, you know what? This is at the soul of you. Yeah, heart.
Soul. Yeah. Well, they're both the same number for me, luckily.
Being a
so.
musician. Okay. So that's fine.
All right.
And then everybody else, it's a body check. And so we need a check from everybody.
All right. So note number 1 is 4. We got a hit. All right. Assemble. I don't believe that our friend here is going to help us, but we will impress him and perhaps he will join our band as well. And I'll hit the first one. Sustain!
Oh no, we don't have a good start.
So I just kind of went from this
Well,
like,
if we add the numbers together,
I know. That's why I got excited at first. I looked at
everybody. So
what I tried to do is I actually tried to hit. I'm realizing that some of these notes I can't hit because my sixth string is gone. So I'm over here like trying to do this chord, and I'm like, oh, whoops.
Now, Craig, if we actually sing a song, would you give us advantage? Depending on the song.
well,
I know.
I've thought about this in the moment since you asked me, and hell's yes. Hell's yes.
Oh,
right.
no.
What song do we all know?
That we all do. This is the song that
This is a fairy tale. This can be a nursery rime or like anything.
Yeah.
It goes on.
The song that never ends
goes
is a good
on
one.
and on, my friend. Some people
do mine on my roll.
started singing it, not knowing what it was. What do we got?
I mean, I know that song.
Oh yeah, it's my jam.
I may go out tomorrow if I could borrow a coat to wear. Oh, I'd step out in style with my sincere smile and Clowny Bear, outrageous, alarming, courageous, charming. Oh, who would think a dog and bear could be well accepted everywhere? It's just amazing how fair people can be. Roll the dice. All right.
Whoa!
Simon. Hey!
So
that's a success.
Throw in a rebound of a hip hop diva. Got my heat. I feel all right like it is Friday night. Pops like Alicia.
That's a success, and you
Yes.
you cancel out the failure, so it's as if both you and Rhapsody succeeded.
Oh. Don't even need a sixth string out here.
So actually, I misspoke. I misspoke. Everybody needs to you need 4 successes, but you can cancel out other people's failures with the boons.
Okay.
Don't just
Let me fix my head.
I had to double check the rule.
Get it?
Jeez.
So yeah, you've 2 down, two successes down, 2 checks to make.
Do you want to go Moonbeam?
Moonbeam's gonna be bad at this. Moonbeam's scared. Could Moonbeam like put her wings together? You know how like crickets, they like put their like
legs.
They make their legs together and they make like music. She'll play like some background melody for everybody.
If you wanted to make, you have air magic, yes?
Yeah.
If you wanted to whip up some whistling wind with air magic and hit the note that way rather than body, you do a heart check instead, that would work.
Oh, I was hoping to do body.
Okay, well then do body. That's fine. You've got it. You've got options, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Beautiful.
I was thinking I could use my wings as like
Sure.
ways to make music. Okay. I'm not as
Use your wings as like a reed.
Sylphs are magical fairy wind spirit creatures. You can, and it's not defined that they can't do that. So like we talked about, you get to decide. Like, yeah, sylphs can do that. Sure.
Right.
Sylphs can make noises, make noise, make beautiful music with their wings.
Yeah, I don't really have.
That's part of defining your character and defining the world.
Yes.
Yeah, and you just hear from her wings. It's like. It's just like her wings vibrating along.
No. I'm going to download a bunch of Evanescence after this.
That touched my soul.
6.
Okay.
It's a 6 and a 4. That's even if Clowny Bear were to fail, that would you as a group would succeed. So Clowny Bear doesn't technically even have to make a check unless you really want to, because it does govern like gaining spirit and all that sort of fun stuff.
I'll do it, and I'll quickly just. Yes. You hear me in the corner like.
I know a song. Hop, a hip hip, hoppity don't stop. To the bang bang boogie to the boogity beat, and then I'm gonna roll the dice.
Yes, I got 6 and a 5.
Oh my god!
We're all getting corrupted.
I I know.
Power of music.
True. That's a power of music right there.
Oh no.
Okay, and the great blobby thing shudders, kind of galumphs away from you and spits out one of the bells.
Oh.
And the bell, now all covered in goo, lands free of the blob thing. And you need to get the other bell out still.
That seemed to work.
It worked.
Another bell. So let's grab it up.
You could do what you
Grab it
just
up.
did, or you could do other things too. There are other options, but like I like the music thing. So if you
That
want to
was
do
awesome.
that, if you want to do that again, I'm not going to stop you. Especially if people sing songs.
Yeah.
Should we try it again, or does anybody else have any other ideas?
The only remaining songs I know are in Neapolitan. I could give it one more.
Well, it did react.
Che bella cosa, n'aria nata sole, n'aria serena, dopo una tempesta, e aria fresca, parge una festa. Che bella cosa, n'aria nata sole.
With advantage.
Nata sole. No, I can't do any of those notes. All right.
Yeah, they go
Oh,
crazy.
jeez.
Huh?
Yeah, I gotta
Target
do
number
it.
5 with advantage.
Big Pavarotti.
Yes,
Hey.
What do we got? What do we got? What do we
Boom.
got?
Use my spirit. I got a 5 and a bunch of 3s and 2s.
That's a
You
success.
hit it though.
So
Okay.
you succeeded.
Yay.
Woo!
This is the best game.
Yes.
How do you battle slime? With song. All right. We got it.
Slime with song.
Who's next?
Says Rhapsody, looking at his thing. He's like, all right, perhaps it's not quite the instrument, but the instrument from within. And he just looks up and looks down and is like, my slime loves to party all the time, party
Party
all
all
the
the
time,
slime?
party all the time.
Party all the slime.
Party, oh, party all the slime, party all the slime. Yes. Ah, and he's gonna roll over me.
With advantage.
Oh my gosh, so good.
So that is that from the soul or is that from the woof? Do the same one from before. But with advantage feels good, man. So that's 46. Boom! Got 1, 2, baby.
Just
that's a kill.
just one. Target number 5.
Oh, this one's 5. You're right. You're right,
this
you're
one's
right.
this one's tougher. So you got
Yes.
two down, 2 to go.
Whew.
Why? Oh no. All right. I get my wings ready for another round. Oh my goodness. Let's see.
I gotta do my card.
We've got
Sorry.
Anybody, viewers, while Margaret's
So that's
thinking, any
2.
viewers out there who want to put together an actual mix of Party All the Slime?
Yo.
I know all of us would love to you can maybe mix that up.
Oh my god.
I think
so
she just
tempted.
plays
Put
another
some accompaniment to it.
I am tempted.
melody with the her wings, and this time it'll be and that's the log app.
What do you use for that? That is so sick. Like what?
I was like,
need that
I
in
got
my life.
a voice effect in here somewhere.
I need that in my life.
What is happening? All right,
Oh my gosh.
got it.
And that's
The power
the
of
4
music,
successes.
for
So
real.
even Clowny Bear, you got a freebie if you just want to take a shot. See if it turns into some skill or spirit.
Okay, yeah, Clowny Bear's just probably in her own world singing
Teenage Wasteland. Teenage Wasteland. We're all wasted.
and so I'll roll a 3.
Lord.
I didn't pass, so I'm just out of tune, just singing Teenage or Baba O'Reilly.
Get it. Get it.
Oh my
And
God.
the glob spits out the other bell.
Ah.
And then it
It's-
starts to just melt into the earth. very slowly over the course of a half an hour. Like the glue
Yeah.
is still there. It just takes
This is a full
time. It's just
concert, right?
Slowly.
This
blip, 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 blip. But now all of the bells are free. 2 of them need to be cleaned off, but they're all free.
You did say we were here to sing, so I guess it all worked out.
It did indeed. That was the best performance I've had in decades. And that's basically my whole life. Oh my goodness.
Is this what you call melting the face of someone at a concert?
Absolutely, Clowny Bear. This is
Wow.
oh, the melting the face is a full body melt.
Now I understand why you do it, Rhapsody. It's so exhilarating.
Is it not? The power of hugs, the power of music all together.
If it
Ah,
raining, it would be better.
this is true.
I said I had no secrets earlier, but this stays in the group.
The imp is just like, sure, yep.
Cleaning this up.
Can we clean it with the rain?
The imp actually can whip his tail and whip up one of those heavy rain clouds right on top of them and clean the slime off and do
I will
his
stay
part
very
as well.
far away from this, but I approve of the cleaning.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you get all of the bells cleaned. And Clowny Bear and Moonbeam, you recognize again too, because of your affinity for magic, that all of these bells, there's magic in them.
Mm.
They are tarnished
know
metal
who
right now, but
put these
there's
bells here.
Hell.
She's asking the imp.
oh, I'm sorry, say the question again.
Do you know who put these bells here?
Oh, the ancients,
Do we know who
the ones who
ancients
gave
are?
us these gifts. Happiness and comfort and joy and love. The person who built this and made this a wonderful place. Their names are lost. My people just refer to them as the ancients.
And do you know what came and stopped it?
Not specifically, no. When the music stopped, I came to the bell tree and found what you see here, but one bell missing.
Can we see how to fix it? Like, can I make something to put the bells back up, or?
Well, you've got 5 bells and 5 cords that are hanging from the tree that you would imagine the bells attached to.
Is there any order in which it looks like the bells are in?
Birtle, his name is, the imp.
Oh. Yeah.
That's okay. We kind of
Birtle.
glossed past that. Birtle tells you it actually makes a great deal of sense. The smaller bells higher up, the bigger bells further down, as if they pulled the cord further closer to the earth. So you see all the five cords that are hanging down, the ends where the clapper is they're all at different heights.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's get to work.
Yep. Indeed. And Rhapsody will leap to if there's one within 30 feet.
Sure.
I don't know if landing will hurt me though.
Yeah, you grab.
Landing from
You
30
can,
feet might hurt though.
it's what you do.
It's just what I do. I got the tuck and roll. Master.
You grab one of the bells and go to leap to the. Well, they're not super high up in the tree. Keep in mind,
Okay.
they kind of hang down low enough.
Can I give him wings again?
If you want to,
I
sure.
got this one.
Yeah, I'll give you my wings.
Just,
He flies up there with these little tiny sylph wings.
just fluttering like, and I pick it off. You know, like I'm going strawberry picking or blueberry picking.
You take one of the bells up to the appropriate, the size of the bell appropriate to how far the cord hangs.
Mm-hmm.
And like when you get close with the bell, you're holding the bell, and when you get close to the cord almost as if they're magnetic,
Oh, okay.
cord starts to drift kind of toward the bell.
Which one? Okay. Perfect.
I'll
And I'm
I'll
sitting there
bound up
floating in midair, like.
and try to help, and maybe try to pick up a bell that's too heavy for me at first, and then move to a smaller bell.
Yeah, you pick up the really big bell and you get it over your head, and then it falls over your head. And you wobble around like a turtle for a little while, and you fall over and you get yourself back up, and then you go get the little bell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
And if this was a Pixar movie, then there would be outtakes of Clowny Bear like messing up with all the bells and all sorts of different
ones,
ways.
yeah.
They'd have all the fake outtakes that they animate.
I love that.
And yeah, you can get a little bell, and same thing happens as you bring the bell closer to the appropriate chord. It starts to kind of swing over toward it. As you get close, you feel the bell like want to go there, and you're able to lift each of them into place. And they attach, and like the clapper goes down into the top of the bell, like as if by magic, to the appropriate spot so that they can ring the bell. And you're able to do that with all 5 of them. Who's got the last bell?
Stray.
So, honestly, I thought about this deeply. Stray, you ever have a pet that tries to be helpful, but it just kind of gets in the way? Stray would pick up the last bell and just kind of walk around with it, like wagging his tail, and then try to find someone useful to just hand it to, like to fly it up, because he's just so excited that we're hanging these bells. So who takes the bell from him? He wants to give it to someone. He's like, "Come on, guys, this is how we win."
Moving's
Rhapsody with his wings.
relaxing.
Yeah, Rhapsody with his wings. He's still like loving it, right? Fluttering like alley-oop,
Yeah.
Stray.
Yeah, it's like a frisbee. Yeah, so it's one of those things where he gallops,
Like
leaps,
a
and
big,
he just
heavy frisbee.
yeah, he just
He's got some say.
like a shot put. No, so he gives it the old heave ho.
chasing your
chucks
tail.
it up to you. Yes, he goes around like he's chasing his tail and then lets it loose.
And the Rhapsody will catch it, and then he kind of like reels for a second, and then uses the wings to slowly flutter to the last one.
And you bring it up.
I will.
You can feel the bell kind of pulling toward the cord.
Yeah.
And you place it next to the cord. It slides up the clapper into the right position. At that moment, all 5 bells, like the tarnish that's on them, just flakes off as if it was a crust covering the bells. And now the bells are all a bright, shining silver on the cords, and the winds around you start to cause the bells to sway, and they clang, and they make the sound of the tinkling bells that you're used to hearing. These bells this size and this shape shouldn't make that sound. They should be big bong bong kind of bells, but they magically make that tinkling, lovely, comforting sound. And for the first time since you arrived in Comfort Cove, everything just kind of washes away, all of your worries, all of the things that you've just gone through, and you feel so much better. And the clouds part, the lightning stops striking, the thunder stops rolling, the rain stops. Everything is as it should be.
The only bell I have is this one. Sounds like a
like
dinner
it.
bell.
Dinner time.
Stray.
Like Stray said, perhaps a quick lunch.
Yeah, we have a lunch on the beach.
I am all for
And,
that.
The as you make your way, around the island and see the results of all of this, the sea has calmed. Your sea monster friend
Not a monster.
Not a monster, and still waiting, and is thrilled, and is kind of doing like dolphin tricks in the water, like you're jumping and having a great time.
Oh, cute.
And I'll leave this to the group of you on the beach, having returned Comfort Cove to how it should be. Do 4 of you wrap it up here, and then I've got a question for you at the end.
I can put the boat back in the water, or do we want to see if our new friend can take us back?
Doesn't mean I have to touch the water. Maybe I'll just fly.
It's a once in a lifetime opportunity. Maybe, our friend was really nice. I kind of want to see what it's like to ride a sea monster.
As long as he keeps his head above the water, I'll be all right. If I look up, I believe. Friend, hey,
I think we'd
we
be
brought the
safer
music back.
in his care than in the boat's care.
Which is now upside down on the beach.
That's true.
Stray, what do you say?
Trey comes bounding out of the forest with a boulder in his mouth. Just sets it down in front of the group. Yeah, just a large one. Just tail wagging. The tail's wagging. This is the happiest day of his life in recent memory. He looks out at the sea. He's like, let's go find our friend and see if our friend will take us home. And he's just like doggy paddling out into the water trying to find Nessie.
And you find Bessie. And Bessie is happy to bring you back to the shore and even come back and get the boat for you later. If you can flip it over again for her.
I actually can because I didn't have any more spirit points earlier, but I do now. So I could flip it back over and get it in the water.
So, and Bessie will come back and get it later to return it to its rightful owner because you stole a boat.
Well, we didn't steal the boat.
They gave us the boat.
No, it was actually.
No, the pixie said, I found a boat for you.
Okay.
Pixie stole it.
She found one and untied it. That's all she did.
I know exactly what that's like.
Yeah.
It was borrowed. Totally.
Yes, and it's in good repair. Everything's fine. And Bessie gives you a rockin' good ride back to the shore. Even for those of you who are afraid of the water, Bessie is like, she's not letting anything happen to anybody. She's like very clearly doesn't go, goes fast and has fun, but doesn't never like when she senses somebody's a little bit, she brings it back down. And you ride a sea monster, not a monster, back to a sea snake, let's say, back to the shore.
So cute.
A majestic sea creature.
You return to Comfort Cove. Everybody is overjoyed. The water is calm. The tinkling of the bells has returned. Comfort and contentedness has returned to the town. The redcap Gork is gone, has left, disappeared while you've been away. And far off in the distance, you see beckoning in front of you again, the great plume of black smoke that is rising out of the crack in the world, out of that broken mountain. And now the smoke is thicker and rises higher and spreads farther across the sky. And you know that between here and there's another one of these locations, one of these places built, as Bertle said, by the ancients that provide the source of wonderful emotions, of all the great things in life. Give me the name of a positive emotion. And this is the last time I'm going to ask this question. So if you got something up your sleeve, now's the time.
We did. First was happy. We got happy, comfort. Let's go.
Love.
Ooh.
Nuts. Let's do it. Turn the knife.
It's like, oh no.
The opposite
boy.
of love. Oh no.
That is good.
And with that, we say
We do like
goodbye
courage,
to
too.
Comfort Cove. And thank you, everybody, for a lovely game.
Of a kraken, the world.
Kraken, wah, sea monster, not a monster.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Craig, for that. And of course, to our lovely cast. We hope that you all enjoyed it. And if you did, there are plenty of ways to help support us here on Roll For It. We have our Patreon, which just right now, Ascension, MP3, and After Show are out. And we're going to go record an After Show. And if you are a patron, you can get access to those after shows, which are behind the scenes kind of thoughts of the cast. And sometimes it's talking about food, though. Who knows? We'll see what we talk about. Maybe peeing. We had a conversation about peeing. It's a whole other thing.
It's
and
PG, believe me.
of course,
Don't worry.
we have character sheets, all kinds of other great things behind the scenes, as well as a Legend Tier game, which is a privately GM'd game by one of our cast members. And Grant and I will be doing this month's Legend Tier games. So if you're interested in those kind of things, head on over to Patreon, because not only does it support us in paying our cast members, but it also lets you get some really cool rewards in return. You can also subscribe right here on Twitch, twitch.tv/roll4it, where you can get access to VODs in advance, as well as emotes, and you can get those emotes by being a member on YouTube as well. And if you're a patron, a Twitch subscriber, or a YouTube member, you get access to our Discord, which will let you talk behind the scenes with our cast members and a whole bunch of other great people. We have such a great community over there. We have an RP channel and all kinds of stuff. So we finally have a Crack in the World channel, so you can go in there and chat with us over there. And of course, we know that not everyone can support us monetarily, and that is 100% okay if you cannot do so. Just being here and watching our shows and sharing it with your friends, family, your dog, I don't know, goes a long way. And of course, following us on all of the social platforms so you don't miss out on any of our content. And I got... Our sponsor is Roll20. If you are curious how we run our shows and like how we do the maps and roll the dice, we use Roll20. We've been using that since the beginning of Roll4's existence. But now we are thankful that we are sponsored by Roll20, and we are giving away a DMG over on our Twitter. So twitter.com/Roll4it. Check the pin post. Just retweet like that and follow us over there. By the deadline, you can have a chance to win it for free. And with that, I'm going to go around and let our lovely cast members say where you can find them at, because not only are they wonderful musicians apparently here, or vocalists, they can also do lots of other great things in other places. So we're going to kick it off with Clowny Bear, played by Play Katie Play. Where can people find you at when you are not catching people with your belly? Or boot.
Oh man, with my butt.
Yeah, your boot.
Yeah. With your help, by the way. So I'm Katie Peters Plays. I have a Twitch channel that is the most, that's obvious. You can come hang out with me. I do a lot of weird and fun games over there. I do a lot of tabletop as well, but follow me on Twitter at Play Katie Play. I couldn't fit Katie Peters Plays on Twitter because it's one letter too long, so I had to get creative. Yeah, it's just one letter too long. So
Lame.
I have a podcast called Katie Hasn't Seen That. An episode just came out where I watched Invasion of the Body Snatchers for the first time. So if you want to hear what my thoughts were on that, you can. And it's a joy getting to RP with all of you and play in the world, Craig. So thank you to all the wonderful moments from today. I enjoyed singing with each and every one of you.
That was great.
And of course, we have Stray, played by Wise Papa Grant. Where can people find you at when you are not wagging your tail and throwing things with your mouth?
The first time my kids saw my internet handle, they said, "You're not so wise." And I was like, oh, deep cut. You can find me on Twitter. They're rough. You can find me on Twitter at Wise Papa Grant. I'm the Twitch producer for the Wonderful World of RPGs and the WebDM Twitch channel. We have a Kickstarter going on right now that's doing very well. Also on YouTube, I'm doing the 10-minute Tabletop Talk podcast, where me and people from in and around the game industry talk tabletop for just 10 minutes, so you get a delicious, wonderful conversation that you can get in and out of relatively quickly. We've done about 12 episodes in a week, and they're fun to do. Now I'm just an old chunk of coal, so the best way to support me is to support everybody else on this show.
Lies. Support.
Lies.
And of course, we have Rhapsody, played by Team Tempo. Where can people find you at when you are not jumping up and scaling crazy mountainsides?
Well, that's what I do in real life too. But yeah, you guys can catch me at Team Tempo on Twitter as well as Instagram, and then my twitch.tv is Tempo, just with the 0. Make sure you spell it with the 0, because it's always cooler when you put numbers in your names, apparently. But yeah, I tend to do a lot of variety stuff nowadays. I've been kind of absorbed in the world of roguelites and a lot of card-based ones recently too. So, Slay the Spire, I've been loving a lot. And then there's another one that came out with RPG elements called Tainted Grove that I've been exploring too. But, I play everything, doing some StarCraft too. And today I'm actually tonight I should say, I'm going to be playing Immortal Gates of Pyre, which is a Kickstarted game, a new RTS that isn't quite released yet, but they are just allowing people to stream on Twitch. They're getting ready for the next phase, and I'll be one of the first people to actually stream that. So that'll be in about an hour, actually, with a friend of mine. So yeah, we're gonna explore that for the first time today, and yeah,
Awesome.
that's me. That's your
Last
boy.
but not least, we have our DM, Nerdburger Craig. Where can people find you at when you are not taking us on Comfort's trail?
You can find me at Nerdburger Craig on Twitter. I design a whole bunch of games. You can go to drivethroughrpg.com and look for Nerdburger Games to find all of those. This game is available now, finally. Just became available this past week. So you can get it at DriveThruRPG. Also, if you go to nerdburgergames.com, the really nice hardcover print run,
Pretty.
There it is.
the really nice, sturdy, great book is available there with the PDF for free for $40. If you use the discount code roll for it, just like the name of the channel, it is $30 until the end of this month. So yeah, and the book, it's an all-in-one book. Everything that you need to play the game is in there. And if you go to DriveThruRPG, there's those of you in the Patreon who are seeing the character sheets, there's form-fillable character sheets for all the different types of characters, and there's a couple other things in there too. So like everything you need to play the game is basically that book plus a bunch of free stuff. So there you go.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And of course, get in on that. That's a pretty sweet deal. Just use the code roll for it. And of course, I'm Margaret Crone. You can find me at Margaret Crone in all of the places because that's my name. And I do something every day. I have either content coming out or I am on content. And you can check that out. Just follow me on Twitter, twitter.com/Margaret Crone. And of course, I make video games for a living. I'm currently working on a project called Ashes of Creation, and you can find it at Ashes of Creation in all of the places. That's going to be it for us for today for A Crack in the World. And we will see you next week for another episode, as well as if you are looking for some more content. Tomorrow, 10 a.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. UK time, we will have The Last Ditch. We'll have another episode with a whole new cast that is going on some missions. So we're curious to see what they're going to be doing in Warhammer 40k Only War. And of course, we'll see you next week for another episode. Toodles.